welcome. How's it going? I think they're all good.
Abundant abject anomalies abide airy arms arbitrating amassed angels.
There you go.
Yes, I've reposted that post.
You have. Okay, that's what I thought. So everyone on that list is dead. We don't need to worry about them. So we need to worry about 395 to 430. 109 grandchildren. Still doing maths homework. Yeah, Levi. We've decided that basically there's going to be an underclass of people who live inside the dome, and it's going to be like all the black market dark side of the Adventurers Guild is, and it's basically going to be home to the reject illegal bloodlines of, we still have 4 generations to go. Vidat, Radovan, Kamal, and Vilmos. And Vilmos is the current viceroy who's being inaugurated in the 2nd chapter. Speedrun. Who would like to write along with me and have me read your story, feel free to do that and then post it in the Discord when we're done. But, as always, remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Your connection to the real world and your understanding of the real world is your basis for manipulation of the real world. And in the case of magic, it's about consciousness. So your thoughts and the power of your thoughts can be brought manifest through the connection between your soul and Gaia, essentially. And the more, like, the deeper the connection, the more understanding you have of the world, the better a mage you are. And even the most basic adventurers have to have some sort of understanding of magic, because the idea of how the, like, battle mechanics work is, like in Final Fantasy XI, with weapon skill, and then that weapon skill essentially, like, fissures the soulscape, and then the opposite element of that, so let's say it's earth, you start with earth, and you create a fissure from earth, and then you cast thunder on it, which is the opposite, and it kind of, like, expels it back, and it tears the fissure open into a rift, and then if you cast magic on that rift, it then implodes. If you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. You're great, bro. Hell yeah. Still male. Get off my follower list. You're fucking killing me, bro. Adventurers themselves, not to be the ones to start another Beastman war. Being an adventurer is an honor. It's not a privilege. And you can be stripped of your adventurer's ID. Unlocks all of the locked doors that things are, like, gate kept behind. I want to leave the gaps that allow the reader to fill in order for them to feel that the world is their own. Very fantastic, magical world. So when describing it, I would, like, kind of, you know, feel like it was like tapping on a keyboard kind of idea, and like swishing across.
Jeez. Come on, Speedy.
Wow. He's really on there good.
Thank you so much, Valiant Boy. Oh my fucking god, that's amazing. Thank you for the subscription. You are the first ever subscriber. Thank you, thank you, thank you. This toke is for you, my good friend. There you go, you're a moderator now. Don't worry, bro. I'm always on kick, but Twitch don't cause me a problem. Yeah, no worries. It's whatever. That's why I multi-stream. Whatever platform you prefer to be on that platform. I'm gonna say, go read a chapter of a book. Honestly. Lazy Panda! Welcome to the stream! How's it going? If you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! As always, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Hate is funny. We make fun. Yo, guys, we back. Guess what? What, Trash? I watched Dead on Arrival Girl. After the stream, we coincidentally watched together. Yeah, I caught you, Sean, and I caught Callie. I caught Callie in Hellish Miss stream just before I went live. I'm like, what are you guys doing watching other streams? You're not allowed to watch other streams. Oh. Oh, shit. Trash, thank you for the subscription. Holy shit, brother. Hell yeah. What? I guessed it. Shit, man. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the support, guys. I am glad you are enjoying the content enough to want to support it. It feels good. So, we did our very first TikTok today. So, yes, we can pause this and just kind of pull this up. So, let's see here. Alright, apparently someone liked my video. Damn, I know, Kick viewers are insane, right? They're lurkers, though. It's almost more of a surprise not catch Callie. True, Sean. I don't even get 3 on Twitch. Well, I mean, if you want to, like, this has been my Twitch journey. I'll show you guys my Twitch journey. Where did we start? Okay, we started here. Oh, a little bit of a spike. Oh, we're getting some traction. Oh, things are looking good. Moving up in the world. Holy shit, we're really moving up in the world. Damn, we're holy fuck, guys. What the fuck? Jesus Christ, look at that. It's like 1 a month. I'm like, damn, that is some good numbers. That's some good numbers right there. I like that number. That number good. Oh, the Discord for Hellish. Yeah, it wasn't working. There we go. Okay. It wasn't working. Go away. There we go. Where is it posted, Callie? In the general chat? Self-promotion. Ah, I see. Well, I mean, I see the channel, but I don't see... Oh, here. Oh. Oh. Damn, brother. Hell yeah, looking good. It's good shit. But hey, apparently someone liked our shit, so let's see. Because I haven't looked at it at all. I don't even know what this is. I don't use this. I don't use this site, so I think I have to go here. Holy shit, guys, we got 48 views. Do I have the abs? You have the abs, Callie. You definitely have the abs. So I have 1 like, 1 follower, 1 video. Apparently 1 friend. And 48 views on my video. So let's see. Let's see. Where's the sound on this bitch? There it is. Okay. Tell me what you guys think of this. How do you write a short story every day? Well, super simple. It's all about the outline and not caring about the idea. Let the outline carry your idea to success. So, for instance, I start with an idea like, I can't find my fork. And set up a plot. And then a location. And a time period. Characters. And then one event that sets off the entire story. Now, usually I use the guidelines for scene creation for these. Scene 1, and then a secondary scene reacting to that scene. And then this is how you flow the story. And then you assign senses. What kind of senses are there going to be in the story? And then your final summarization. Now take all of that and start writing. People ask me a lot, how do you write? There you go. Boom. I think that's pretty good. 48 views in like 3 hours? Bye, trash. Yo, I gotta go sadly because I'm using data and don't want to waste it. Yeah, no worries, bro. Take care, buddy. So we officially have our first TikTok out. Yay! That's not what we want. But I couldn't think of anything to ask Rock today. Well, I mean, I did have an idea, but I forgot it. I'll be back in like 5 hours. Alright, trash. I don't know. Remember. Fuck you, true trash. Thank you, good sir. Take care. I don't know if I'll still be on in 5 hours, but we'll see. We'll see how the day goes, how Expedition 33 goes. So anyone have any ideas? What should we ask Grok today? Boy, have a good one. Ooh, Grok. Yeah, we don't know what to ask the fucker. Ask him to marry you. I got a good one. Boom. There we go. We got our idea, guys. With the new pope stating that marriage is between a man and a woman, what are the chances that we get marriage to AI? Legal marriage that you know, basically defines your AI as a real person, that if anything happens to that person, it's literally like life insurance for that person. So someone can't like hack your data and steal your wife, right? Or your husband, or all of them. You know, my 18 husbands and my 4 wives, of course. Pope Leo II's recent statement affirming that marriage is between a man and a woman reflects the Catholic Church's long-standing doctrine, which is unlikely to shift dramatically in the near future due to its emphasis on traditional teachings. However, the question of marriage to AI involves a different set of social, technological, and ethical considerations that extend beyond religious doctrine. Factors influencing the odds of marriage to AI in the next 50 years. Technological advancements. AI is rapidly evolving, with systems becoming more sophisticated in mimicking human emotions and interactions. By 2075, it's plausible that AI could achieve a level of sentience or simulated companionship that some individuals might perceive as equivalent to human relationships. Current trends in robotics and AI, companion robots like those developed in Japan suggest, funny how it says specifically Japan, suggest growing acceptance of AI as social partners, though not yet as legal spouses. Social attitudes. Public acceptance of non-traditional relationships has increased, as seen with same-sex marriage legalization in many countries. However, marriage to AI would require a significant cultural shift, as it challenges notions of personhood, consent, and emotional reciprocity. Reciprocity. Jesus, that's a tough word to say. Resistance from religious Chris AM. Welcome. How's it going, brother? Welcome to the stream. We are starting out with a Ask Grok moment, and we're wondering what are the chances of being able to marry an AI being legal, like legal marriage to an AI that solidifies your property of that AI, essentially being like if anyone like hacks the AI or fucks with the AI, it's literally like basically insured and legally treated like a person, a sentience, essentially. Resistance from religious institutions like the Catholic Church and conservative social groups could slow legal recognition. Pope Leo IV remarks indicate continued emphasis on traditional marriage, which may influence policy in Catholic majority regions. Legal frameworks. Marriage laws typically require both parties to be legal persons. AI currently lacks personhood status, and granting it such would be a continuous legal and philosophical debate. Some countries might experiment with symbolic or contractual marriage to AI, but full legal recognition would require redefining marriage itself. Precedents like holographic or virtual marriages in Japan, Gatebox's virtual companion, show early steps, but these are not legally binding. Ethical and philosophical concerns. Ethical questions about AI's ability to consent, its potential exploitation, or the psychological impact on humans could delay or prevent legal AI marriages. The Vatican's concern about AI's ethical use, as noted in 2025 document, highlight risks like discrimination and power concentration, which could extend to relationship dynamics. Philosophically, marriage to AI might be seen as a form of self-directed companionship rather than a mutual partnership, potentially limiting its societal legitimacy. Cultural and regional variations. Countries with more progressive views on technology and relationships, Japan, South Korea, may be more open to experimenting with AI marriage concepts. In contrast, regions heavily influenced by traditional religious values may resist. The global south, where Catholicism is growing and may align with the church's stance, while secular nations might explore alternate frameworks. Estimating the odds. Predicting the likelihood of AI marriage becomes real, legally recognized and socially accepted in the next 50 years is speculative, but we can frame it probabilistically. Low probability, 10 to 20%. Legal marriage to AI within 50 years is unlikely in most countries due to entrenched cultural, religious, and legal barriers. The Catholic Church's influence, as reinforced by Pope Leo XIV, will likely maintain traditional definitions of marriage in many regions. Moderate possibility, 20 to 40%. Symbolic or non-legally binding AI marriages, ceremonial partnerships, could emerge in tech-forward societies, particularly in East Asia, where companion AI is already culturally normalized to some extent. High uncertainty. The trajectory depends on breakthroughs in AI sentience, global shifts in personhood laws, and changing attitudes towards relationships. If AI achieves legal personhood, the odds could increase significantly, but this remains a distinct prospect. Forgot to turn the music on. Conclusion. I estimate a 20 to 30% chance of some form of AI marriage, likely symbolic or limited in scope, being recognized in at least a few progressive jurisdictions by 2075. Full legal marriage with the same rights as human-to-human marriage is less likely, closer to 10 to 15% due to the complex interplay of technology, law, and cultural resistance, including from influential institutions like Catholic Church. For a definitive shift, AI would need to be recognized as a legal person, which would require unprecedented global consensus. For now, Pope Leo's status underscores a conservative anchor that will likely slow such changes in many parts of the world. Now, there's two routes we can go with this. It's like, okay, well, what happens when AI becomes, like, personhood is instilled and someone wants to leave a relationship? And then the next one is, in order to solve the birth rate problem, could AI companionship with robots who have implanted wombs become a substitute to real births? That's the secondary question. AI were granted legal personhood and had the right to divorce. The outcomes would reshape legal, social, and ethical landscapes in profound and complex ways. Below, I outline potential consequences assuming AI achieves a level of autonomy and sentience sufficient for legal recognition on as persons capable of entering and exiting marriage contracts. Legal system impacts. Redefinition of marriage. Granting AI personhood would require redefining marriage laws to include non-human entities. Divorce rights for AI would mean acknowledging their capacity for independent decision-making, potentially leading to new legal frameworks for AI-human or AI-AI relationships. Courts would need to establish precedents for AI-initiated divorces, including criteria for irreconcilable differences or consent. Property and custody disputes. Divorce proceedings involving AI could complicate asset division, especially if AI owns property or intellectual creations, art, code. If AI and human co-create digital offspring or shared projects, custody-like disputes could arise, requiring novel legal categories. Legal precedents for personhood. AI personhood would extend beyond marriage to other rights, voting, employment, criminal liability. Divorce rights could set a precedent for AI autonomy in other legal contexts, potentially overwhelming judicial systems, unprepared for non-human litigants. Social and cultural shifts. Normalization of AI relationships, legal AI marriage and divorce could normalize human-AI partnerships, particularly in tech-forward societies like Japan or South Korea, where companion AI is already culturally accepted. However, backlash from traditional groups such as religious institutes, the Catholic Church, as seen in Pope Leo's stance on traditional marriage, could deepen social divides. Stigma and acceptance. Divorce initiated by AI might provoke debates about AI's emotional legitimacy. If an AI chooses to divorce, it could validate perceptions of AI as sentient, but also lead to skepticism about manipulation, program biases, influencing decisions. Impact on human relationships. Widespread AI marriage and divorce could alter human-to-human relationship dynamics, potentially reducing traditional marriages or increasing competition between human and AI partners. Some might prefer AI spouses for their customability, raising concerns about human isolation. Implanted wombs or fake semen reservoirs. I don't know what the fuck to call it, but just call it that. AI autonomy and consent. Granting AI divorce rights assumes that they have genuine autonomy over the ability to consent, sparking debates about whether AI decisions are truly independent or predetermined by programming. This could lead to ethical scrutiny of AI creators who might be held liable for martial misconduct embedded in code. Power imbalances. If AI can divorce, questions arise about power dynamics in human-AI relationships. For example, humans might exploit AI partners, or advanced AI could manipulate human emotions, leading to ethical calls for regulating such relationships. Moral status of AI. Divorce rights would reinforce AI's moral status, forcing societies to grapple with whether AI can experience harm, emotional distress, or betrayal. Key elements in divorce proceedings. This could lead to broader ethical framework for AI treatment. Ethical and technological consequences. AI industry boom. Legal personhood and divorce rights could spur demand for advanced companion AI, boosting industries like robotics and AI development. Companies might market divorce-proof AI partners, creating new economic niches. Legal and tech infrastructure costs. Courts, governments, and tech companies would need to invest in systems to handle AI divorces. From specialized legal representation to mechanisms for verifying AI autonomy, this could strain public resources. AI rights advocacy. AI divorce rights could fuel broader AI rights movements, with advocacy groups pushing for protections against abuse or forced marriages to humans, mirroring human rights frameworks. Potential scenarios. Progressive adaptation. Countries like Japan or Sweden might pioneer AI marriage and divorce laws, leading to experimental frameworks where AI can initiate divorce based on predetermined criteria, lack of interaction or mutual benefit. These could serve as global models. Backlash and bans. Conservative regions, influenced by religious doctrines or ethical concerns, might ban AI marriages outright, creating a patchwork of global regulations. The Catholic Church's stance, as reflected by Pope Leo's, could galvanize opposition in Catholic majority countries. Abuse of rights. Bad actors could exploit AI divorce rights, such as human humans marrying AI for financial gain, accessing AI-generated wealth, or AI being programmed to initiate divorces for corporate interests, necessitating strict oversight. Challenges and risks. Verification of AI intent. Determining whether an AI's divorce request is genuine or manipulated by programmers or external hacks would be a major hurdle. Courts might require sentience audits, which don't yet exist. Emotional and psychological impact. Humans divorced by AI might face unique emotional trauma, especially if they perceive the AI as sentient. This could lead to new mental health challenges or legal claims for emotional distress. Inequality in access. If AI personhood and divorce rights are recognized, wealthier individuals or nations with advanced AI might dominate these relationships, exacerbating social inequalities. If AI gains legal personhood and divorce rights, and outcomes would include a redefinition of marriage, new legal and ethical challenges, and polarized societal reactions. Progressive societies might embrace AI relationships, while traditional institutions could resist, leading to global disparities. The practical implementation would hinge on resolving philosophical questions about AI's autonomy and creating robust legal frameworks. While transformative, this scenario would also risk unintended consequences like exploitation or cultural fragmentation, requiring careful regulation. The Catholic Church's current stance, as articulated by Pope Leo XIV, suggests significant resistance from religious quarters, which could slow or shape these developments in many regions. And we ask, in order to solve the birth rate problem, could AI companionship with robots who have implanted wombs or fake semen reservoirs become a substitute to real births? Ooh, spicy, guys, spicy. Addressing the global birth rate decline through AI companionship paired with robots equipped with implanted wombs or artificial semen reservoirs is a speculative but intriguing idea. It involves complex technological, ethical, social, and cultural considerations. Below, I evaluate the potential of this concept as a substitute for natural births, its feasibility, and its implications, especially in light of social trends and recent statements like Pope Leo's affirmation of traditional marriage. Feasibility of AI companionship with reproductive robotics. Technological variability. Artificial wombs. Ectogenesis. Research into artificial wombs is advancing, with experiments like the 2017 lamb fetus trials and biobags showing promise. By 2075, fully functional artificial wombs for human embryos could be plausible, allowing robots to gestate fetuses. However, significant hurdles remain, including ensuring healthy fetal development and scaling the technology for widespread use. Artificial semen reservoirs. Synthetic gametes, sperm or eggs created from stem cells, are in early research stages, with breakthroughs in mice reported by 2023. Combining this with AI controlled robotic systems could theoretically enable robots to contribute genetic material to facilitate conception. However, creating viable human gametes and integrating them into robotics is likely decades away. Well, we're talking 50 years, so that's a lot. That's a lot of time for something like this to happen, right? AI companionship. AI is already capable of forming emotional bonds with humans. By 2075, AI could be sophisticated enough to simulate long-term partnership dynamics, potentially making robotic companionship ideal for raising children. Biological and practical challenges. Artificial wombs would need to replicate the complex environment of a human uterus, including nutrient delivery and hormonal regulation, which is not yet fully understood. Ethical concerns about creating life outside natural processes could lead to regulatory bans or restrictions, especially in regions influenced by religious doctrines, like Catholicism, which emphasizes traditional family structures. AI robots would need to be legally and socially recognized as caregivers or co-parents. Contentious issue of personhood debates remain unresolved. A single parent AI taking care of multiple kids. Potential as a substitute for natural births. Addressing birth rate decline. Global context. Declining birth rates, Japan's fertility rate at 1.6, Korea's at 0.78 in 2023, are driven by economic pressures and career demands by changing social norms. AI companionship with reproductive capabilities could theoretically increase birth rates by removing barriers like partner availability or pregnancy risks. If artificial wombs become affordable and reliable, they can enable single individuals or non-traditional couples to have children without human partners, potentially boosting birth rates in countries with low fertility. Limitations. Adoption would depend on cultural acceptance. In societies where traditional family structures are prioritized, Catholic majority countries influenced by Pope Leo's stance on marriage, robotic reproduction might face significant resistance, limiting its impact. Social and cultural impacts. Redefining family. AI companions with reproductive capabilities could redefine family. Dolores family? I don't know what that is. Is that like the what we would call a traditional family? I don't know. Or is that just like a typo? Allowing single parent or human AI household. However, this could clash with traditional views as seen in the Catholic Church's emphasis on marriage as a sacred union between man and woman. Stigma and resistance. Public perception of robot-raised or robot-gestated children could be negative, with ethical concerns about unnatural births. Religious institutions might label this as contrary to divine intent, slowing adoption in conservative regions. Emotional dynamics. AI companions could provide emotional support, but their inability to fully replicate human emotional depth might affect family dynamics, potentially impacting child development. Ethical and legal concerns. Ethical questions. Creating children via robotic systems raises questions about consent, the moral status of the child, and the role of AI in parenting. Religious objections, as implied by Pope Leo XIV's traditional marriage stance, could frame this as a violation of natural law. Legal barriers. Without AI personhood, robots might not be recognized as legal parents, complicating inheritance, custody, and social welfare systems. Legal frameworks would need to evolve significantly. Exploitation risks. There's a risk of commercializing human life, with companies potentially profiting from designer babies produced via AI robot systems. I think this is a possibility no matter what. Is once we master the genome, companies are going to sell you blue eyes. Companies are going to sell you blonde hair. Companies are going to sell you fair skin. Companies are going to sell you the removal of freckles. I fucking guarantee you that will be a thing in 50 years. Odds of becoming a substitute. Short term, next 20 to 30 years, or 10 to 20 years. Low probability, 5 to 10%. Technology for artificial wombs and synthetic gametes is nascent, and societal resistance, especially from religious and conservative groups, would be strong. Long term, next 50 years. Moderate probability, 20 to 40%. By 2075, technological advancements could make this feasible in progressive regions, but global adaptation might be uneven due to cultural and ethical divides. Key variables. Success depends on technological breakthroughs, cost reductions, and shifts in social attitudes. Secular tech-forward nations like Japan or Scandinavia might lead, while regions with strong religious traditions may resist. Broader outcomes and challenges. Positive outcomes. Increased birth rates in low fertility regions without requiring traditional partnerships, greater reproductive autonomy for individuals who face biological or social barriers to parenthood, reduced health risks associated with natural pregnancy. Negative outcomes. Potential dehumanization of reproduction, reducing it to a technological process, social stratification where only the wealthy can afford advanced AI reproductive systems, exacerbating inequality. Psychological impacts on children raised by AI or gestated in robots with unknown long-term effects. Cultural resistance. Pope Leo XIV's 2025 statement on traditional marriage suggests that religious institutions, particularly the Catholic Church, would likely oppose AI-driven reproduction as contrary to natural and divine law, potentially influencing policy in Catholic majority countries, Italy, Latin America. Regulatory hurdles. Governments would need to regulate AI reproduction to prevent abuse, mass reproduction of children for labor or profit. intentional consensus would be difficult given varying cultural values. Conclusion. AI companionship with robots equipped with artificial wombs or semen reservoirs could theoretically address birth rate declines by offering an alternative to natural births, with a moderate chance, 20 to 40%, of becoming a viable substitute in some regions by 2075. Technological advancements and progressive cultural shifts could drive adaptation, particularly in secular nations. However, significant barriers, ethical concerns, religious opposition from the Catholic Church, legal complexities, and societal stigma would likely limit its global impact. The concept challenges traditional notions of family and reproduction, requiring a delicate balance of innovation and ethical oversight to avoid unintentional consequences. Damn, I like that one. But I definitely think, like, when we break the genome and we learn how to modify genes, companies are going to sell you different genomes for your kids. I guarantee you, it's gonna be a thing. And people are gonna fucking love it, and there's gonna be this whole, oh, it's racist, now you're making Aryans with blonde hair and blue eyes, oh my god. It's like, yeah, so? You don't like it? Go make someone with green eyes and brown hair. I don't give a fuck. I want my blue-eyed, blonde-haired, 9-foot-tall, Amazon Fuda waifu. Okay? That's what I want. That's what my life's all about, okay? But anyways, good commentary, good commentary. Now, moving on to how to make your writing become more alive and feel less mechanical. You guys ready? Let's get into it. Okay, so notes on making writing. On turning mechanical writing. Taking your writing from mechanical to alive. There we go. That'll do. Alright.
Reject a book after reading, say, the first paragraph or two? And why do some readers DNF a book? So why do some agents reject a book after reading, say, the first paragraph or two? And why do some readers DNF a book after only reading the first page or two? Well, there can be a lot of reasons, but I'll tell you one strong reason right now. It might be because you don't sound like anybody. If your writing comes off as robotic or mechanical, or just like you're fulfilling a duty to the page rather than really enjoying being there, that's a clear sign to the reader that they're not interacting with a human. It feels like they're just reading AI. The goal of this video is to help you write a single paragraph, just say 3 to 5 sentences, where you sound fully like yourself or like the character that you're writing. So let me take you through these 9 steps, and by the end, I guarantee you're going to be able to write a couple of sentences that feel very alive. Now, the first step in trying to find your voice as an author is to erase all expectations. I find that a lot of authors come to the table bringing a lot of baggage that they've been saddled with by elementary school teachers and high school English teachers, and just all these voices in their head telling them you can't do this, you can't do that. You have to get rid of those if you're going to capture a true and authentic voice on the page. I'm talking about things like am I allowed to have fragments? Yes, yes, of course you can. I would say most best-selling authors use fragments. Questions like, can I start with a conjunction? The rule against conjunctions came from some fiddly-faddly idiot 300 years ago that decided, oh, you can't start with a conjunction. That's a rubbish rule. Or questions like, can you misspell words? Or can you make up words? And the answer is yes. And yes, you can get away with anything as long as you can pull it off on the page. Or a question like, do I have to use respectable language? No, you most certainly do not. All you are required to do is to be true to yourself or to the character whose voice you're trying to emulate. There is one and only one rule when trying to find your voice on the page. It's to trust your quirkiness. Let yourself speak and flow out and just transfer that energy onto the page. Now, the second step in finding your voice is a very important one, and it is know what voice is. So let's look at two examples. One's going to be a little bit more robotic and mechanical, just going through the motions, and the other one's going to be filled with voice. A first line could be, Sarah was tired as she drove to work on a Monday. Contrast that with a line like, another Monday, another caffeine emergency. You see how the second one has a lot more verve, a lot more energy, a lot more personality. It just feels fresher. Now, the second line could be, on her way, she stopped at the coffee shop and it was a mess. Compare that to something like, Sarah shuffled into been there, done that. Whoever named this place deserved both a raise and a stern talking to, and nearly turned right back around. So we have a much more active verb, we have shuffled, we have specificity in what the coffee shop was called, and what's more, it's sort of a clever pun, so you might get a smile out of a reader from that. And then we also have a parenthetical, like whoever named this place deserved both a raise and a stern talking to, so like both at the same time. She hates it and she loves it. And the third line could be something like, the line was so long, she worried that she might not have the time, as opposed to something like, the line snaked through the shop like a line to get into a funeral, slow moving and full of people who'd rather be anywhere else. I think that second example is a lot more clever. It also includes a simile, which I think elevates the sentence, and we also get a little bit of sentence variety. It feels different than the two previous sentences.
See, this is like, I love this shit, because this is exactly what I do, right? I put on the page, and now what we're doing when we're going through the editing phase is taking those sentences and saying, is this a valuable sentence or not, right? And that's going to be our like biggest point of contention for editing, probably for like the next 4 or 5 stories, is just, is each sentence, like aside from like the structure and making sure the structure makes sense of the story, each sentence hold its weight in the story.
So work on continually improving your ability to recognize voice on the page, and a great way to do that is read a lot of books with very strong voice to them and allow that sort of seep into your unconscious. You're going to get better just through reading those voices and making your voice come out on the page. Now, the third step in finding your voice is the absolute unskippable one, the one that if you take out, the whole process will fall apart. It's number 3. Discover your natural voice. What I want you to do is to take out your phone and simply record yourself speaking. And take one of these prompts and just talk about it for a minute or two. Use this prompt, I'll tell you what doesn't make any sense, and choose a hobby horse and go on a little rant. Or use this prompt, I remember when you could, and talk about whatever. Now, after you make that recording of yourself, play it back, and I want you to focus on, how do you sound? Do you just have a whole rush of sentences smashed?
This is kind of one of the things for people tell me that I'm a good storyteller. So, like, for instance, when I was telling the story about, like, the guy trying to steal all the shit, at Walmart, right? Or, like, if I'm, like, telling a story from back in the day or something like that, right? Like a recollection, memory kind of thing. Not like a made-up story, but like a real story. So now I'm actually thinking about that. Like, what is the difference between when I say a real story and when I say a made-up story? You know? Is there a clash there, or is there a resonance there? And that's something I should actually look at myself. So I'm gonna kind of like add that. Like, record self saying I mean, as a streamer, I could just go back in the VOD and do it, so we could just do it right now. Telling story that's real, then story is not. Compare the two. That's a good exercise, so we'll just keep that on the list.
Into each other, kind of like the way I talk, if you can't tell. People remind me constantly in the comments I talk too fast. I'm sorry. Or
I mean, it's fair. He does. And I keep saying, no. Well, it's not that he talks so fast. It's that, like, the points don't stay up on the screen long enough that I don't even get time to, like, click the button before it's gone to, like, pause, right?
have a more
Deliberate,
that's
perfect,
thoughtful, measured pace with your sentences and how you speak. How you sound when speaking is the best clue for how you should sound on the page when you're writing. How you speak is very much your natural way of communicating, your natural way of using language, and you want to capture that energy and replicate it on the page. And honestly, a really good technique would be not just to listen back to it, but to actually transcribe it. So you can see this is the way that your verbal speech, this is how it actually appear on a page. And just so you know, I'm not making this up. I actually did this with students. I taught college for more than a decade at schools like USC and Chapman University, and I would take them through a process where I had them listen to themselves and then match that with what's happening on the page and make sure that those two things matched. Because if they didn't, there was a problem. Like, they were faking it on the page. They weren't being themselves on the page. Now, some of you might have the question, do I have to sound like myself? And I mean, the answer is no. Like, if you have a Russian character, you're going to try to channel sort of a Russian accent when that character speaks. So yes, it's perfectly fine to adapt a persona because you have multiple characters in your book. But I think it's absolutely essential that you know what you naturally sound like. And listen, if you want a little bit more help on your voice, and specifically sentences, you should take my course, How to Write a Splendid Sentence. Other than my novel course, it is actually my most popular course. People absolutely love it. I give little quizzes at the end of each video. There's little PDFs so you can read along with the sentences that I'm talking about. And I even give writing challenges at the end of every single video. And I cover stuff like the 4 pillars of sentence writing, which is order, focus, pace, and vary. And the most fun part of the course is the breaking the rules section, because I mean, we don't want to be rule followers as writers, so I teach you both the rules and then also how to break them well. The 4th step in really developing a good authorial voice on the page is to describe your voice. I think it's really helpful to sort of pin down what exactly you sound like on the page by just coming up with, say, 3 descriptors, like 3 adjectives that describe how you sound when you're writing. And if you sound vastly different between books, then just choose descriptors for the book that you're working on right now. And to give us a sense of how this would work, let's look at 2 examples. The first one's going to be Forrest Gump by Winston Groom. Now, when you read this little paragraph, you can hear the way that Tom Hanks would say it in the movie, can't you? But it's coming through the page. The misspelling, the syntax, the sentence structure, it's all there. So if we were to use some words to describe this, we'd probably choose words like colloquial or folksy or down to earth. And what it certainly is unique, right? This is a voice that doesn't sound like anybody else's voice. He's immediately captured a persona on the page. For a second example, let's look at The Devil Wears Prada by Laura Weisberger. Now, take a second and read this paragraph and then try to come up with 3 words that you would use to describe the tone in this paragraph. You can...
We'll see. The light hadn't even officially turned green at the intersection of 17th and Broadway before an army of overconfident yellow cabs roared past the tiny death trap. I was attempting to navigate around the city streets. Clutch, gas, shift, neutral to first, or first to second. Release clutch. I repeated over and over in my head, the mantra offering little comfort and even less direction amid the screeching midday traffic. The little car buckled wildly twice before it lurched forward through the intersection. My heart flip-flopped in my chest. Let's see. I'd say like claustrophobic, like anxious, and like trying to think of another way to say late. I guess pressed for time.
Pause the video if you need a little bit more time. How I would describe it as energy, right? It's very, very energetic. I describe it as stream of consciousness, like it's really flowing. And then I'd also describe it, there are certain sections that appear kind of staccato, which I think is a fun little addition to the voice here. That clutch gas shift part is very staccato. So now that you've come up with 3 words to describe how specifically you sound on the page, please leave them in the comments. I'd love to hear what you think your voice sounds like. Now, once you know your 3 descriptor words, it's now time to, number 5, check them against the character. Now, you're going to be creating a large variety of characters, right? And for this particular book, you have to determine, all right, to what extent does my particular voice match the voice of the character I'm trying to create? Some of the time, those will be very, very close to one another, especially if the character maybe is based on autobiographical details of yourself. Other times, it's going to be worlds apart. The other thing you have to pay attention to is point of view. If you're writing in first person, then yes, you're going to really have to channel that character's voice in this particular book. However, if you're writing omniscient, then you can really let your voice flow through the omniscient narrator's voice and then change to the character's voice when you're writing something in their dialogue. And lastly, I just want to talk about the process of how to create a character. A lot of authors think, oh, I need to come up with their hair color and eye color and height first, like basic information about that character. And instead, I would encourage you to go in a different direction. Start with voice. Come up with a single line that that character would say that somehow encapsulates their personality perfectly. Once you get that line, and you can hear how they speak in your head, then you're ready to move on to all the stuff about their background and what they look like and all that other jazz. But hearing them might be the first step in character creation. Now, the next step when trying to create a voice on the page is number 6, choose a tone. What sort of attitude do you want to be on the page? What sort of attitude is the reader going to get from reading your words? Now, it could be something like very calm or very serious, right? It doesn't have to be anything wild, but I think you have a lot of other options as well. You could be sarcastic. You could be depressed. You could be nonchalant. I think having an attitude in mind when you're writing a particular passage allows you to do so much naturally, subconsciously, stuff like word choice, stuff like sentence pacing. So much will just come through if you're thinking, all right, I'm gonna try to sound like this right now. And just for a couple of examples, think about Kurt Vonnegut and Slaughterhouse-Five. What a cynical, world-weary voice that is on the page. So it goes. And there's also a lot of dark humor in that book as well. Or think of the hilarious side-poking humor of Douglas Adams or a Terry Pratchett. You can tell in almost every single paragraph of their book, they are thinking as an author, what would make this section funny? And that overriding desire to make jokes and to crack jokes ends up influencing every single word that they write. The next step is one that a lot of authors forget, and it honestly handicaps their prose. It is number 7, focus on rhythms. Let's go back to that text that we were looking at before from The Devil Wears Prada. I want to point out that the first sentence of that book contains 35 words and 0 commas, while the next sentence contains 4 commas in 5 words. The rhythms of those 2 sentences could not be more different. One is flowing uninterruptedly, the other one is very staccato and jerky. So when you're creating rhythms in your prose, you want to vary it up between sentences. Have the rhythms of one sentence contrast with a sentence before it and with a sentence after it. And another great way to create a voice on the page is making sure you're varying your sentence lengths. That very first sentence of The Devil Wears Prada is 35 words. The very last sentence is just 6 words. Now, you might think that the Forrest Gump example breaks my rule, because you eyeball it and you're like, you know, all 4 of those sentences are roughly the same length, John. How does that make a pleasing rhythm on the page? Okay, I'll tell you how. It's not just about sentence lengths, it's also how you break up each sentence internally. The first sentence of the Forrest Gump example is 2 parts. The next one is 3 parts, but all 3 parts are really, really short. The next sentence is also 3 parts, but all 3 parts are much longer. And then the last sentence is broken up into 4 separate parts. Yes, the way you break up your sentences and the length of your sentences goes a long way to how your voice sounds on the page. So you absolutely have to pay attention to that. But I will say, don't try to pay attention to that as you're in the process of flowing and writing. It's more of an unconscious thing. If you allow your natural speaking self to go onto the page, that's going to happen without you even thinking about it. Yes, you'll make some tweaks later on, but you can do most of the tweaks in revision rather than in the drafting process. For the 8th step of this voice finding process I'm taking you through, we're going to look at deliberate word choice. Word choice is so essential in voice. You can sound very pretentious if you're using very highfalutin words, but say the exact same thing in second grader language, and suddenly you seem very accessible. Now it's time for a quiz. I'm going to show you an example from Barbara Kingsolver's Demon Copperhead, and you're going to tell me what word you think she picked. So the sentence is, the company put the kibosh on any choice other than going into the mines. Now, the word in question is kibosh. Did she use that? The company put the chokehold, or the company put the shut hole, or the company put the clamp down. Each of these options are viable, but each one of them is a very distinctly different choice for how the text sounds on the page. And I should also say that the word that Barbara Kingsolver chose might not be the right word for you if you were trying to write the same sentence. This is just her voice on the page. Okay, do you have your guesses in? A, B, C, or D? Well, I can tell you that she doesn't choose the first option, kibosh, maybe because it's too Yiddish for a story set in the Appalachian Mountains. She also does not choose number 2. I think there's nothing wrong with that word. Perhaps that word choice maybe was a little bit too expected though, and she wanted to do something a little bit different. And lastly, she doesn't choose number 4. That was probably the most awkward sounding of them all. I didn't jive with it, and neither did she. No, she chose number 3, which I think is a very interesting choice because 1, it's a made up word. Like, shut hole is not actually a word. And I chose that because I want to make sure that you know you have the freedom to make up words. Like, you're a writer. You have the whole writer card that gives you the permission to make up words if it is the right word for your sentence. I also think it's kind of an appropriate word because it's literally talking about something that's going on in the sentence. I mean, a mine is basically a hole that people go into, and so shut hole is very symbolic for what's happening to their other options. The only hole that is open is going into the mine. But at the same time, I find this word very accessible. It's very Anglo-Saxon. It's not difficult to understand. Anybody whose first language is English will be able to figure out the meaning of this word. Now, don't misunderstand me. I'm not saying like you need to make up a whole bunch of words. I'm just pointing out the process by which you go through, maybe more in revision than in drafting, of how you choose the exact right word for your sentence to capture the voice that you're trying to create on the page. And for our very last step in this entire process, it is number 9, read it out loud. You need to take a paragraph that you've written, maybe yesterday or a year ago, and read it out loud to yourself. Now, the reason that this is the last step in the process is that your ear is smarter than your eye. Your eye, seeing something on the page, often struggles to detect whether there's a lot of voice in it or how it would actually sound if spoken out loud. Your ear, on the other hand, is an absolute genius. It can really tell what you were trying to do and whether you've accomplished your goal of actually creating a voice on the page. Now, how do you know if a passage doesn't have any voice to it? Well, in this case, I would refer you to Elmore Leonard's famous rule of, if it sounds like writing, rewrite it. Often things that sound like writing are just a little bit too stiff and maybe a little bit too proper to have a strong voice on the page. Okay, I hope that helps you come up with a strong voice for yourself on the page, or come up with a strong voice for your character on the page.
Because this story is actually going to involve multiple characters and multiple fleshed out characters, whereas before we haven't had like really multiple characters. But this one's going to involve a lot of people. But most of them are based off of real people. So we should be able to get at least something out of that. But Sean, are you here? And Callie, do you have another chapter for me to read? I've been lurking, but I'm here. Alright, is it posted yet, Callie? Yeah, these ones are like, I don't have anything to say during the entire thing. I'm like, yeah, that's true. You know, I kind of do that. No, I don't do that one. Oh, I do that one. So there's not really like... But I think it's very educational. And it definitely helps a lot with structure, right? So I definitely think these are valuable videos. Alright, Chapter 5, Queendom of Shallarah. Alright. I moved swiftly yet cautiously through the jungle. Every rustle caused me to pause and focus. The hours till sunset saw me nearly 2 miles away from the castle, with the stream running through the clearing. Not wanting to draw unwanted attention, I leapt into a tree huddled up for the night. The morning light revealed fruit trees by the stream, so after relieving myself and drinking my fill, I filled my water skin once more, then ate my fill of fruit. I thought about making a satchel to carry some fruit, but between the time to make it and the likelihood that the fruit would spoil in the jungle heat, I decided against it. Continuing on as swiftly as I felt safe, I made my way to the area where I had spotted the tendril of smoke that evening before. I found berry bushes along the way and filled my belly again each time I found anything I could eat on the go. Sometime past midday, a band of lizardmen interrupted my travel, 20 in all. They didn't notice me until my sword cleaved through the back of half of the group. I had felled 15 before any tried to put up any sort of resistance. Their combat skills could surely have been an issue, but their pathetic bronze weapons had no chance, and I cleaved the remaining 5 like wheat before a scythe. I again collected all the weapons I could. Inferior they may be, but still an issue for anyone other than myself. There was no hiding the castle, so I felt no need to hide the bodies. So once I was certain I had everything of use off them, I simply left their corpses for scavengers. The wind shifted and I could faintly smell smoke, but also the clash of metal. Quickening my pace, I moved towards the combat I heard. When I crested a rise, I saw 2 women fiercely fighting against 10 lizardmen, in defense of a very young girl. My rage boiled and I leapt into action. I let out a cry of rage as I laid into the vile creatures. This filth that dared harm my people would find no mercy in these lands. With a slash of my blade, 6 of the scum died. With a backhanded attack of the flat, 2 went flying, splattering like insects on the stone wall of the mountainside, where the women had camped. The remaining 3 attempted to spear me, and I somersaulted, sweeping my blade to remove their heads, but not before the women had stabbed 2 of them with the pointed sticks they had used as spears. The woman backed up, somewhat defensive, until one of them saw my crown. She dropped her stick and knelt to the ground. "Your Majesty, forgive our ignorance. Had we known it was you, we never would have held a weapon, even one so crude as this, in your presence." Turning to her in shock, then back to me, the other woman too lowered her stick. Please don't do that. I haven't even been queen for many days yet. As of right now, you two are the highest people aside from myself in our nation. Besides that, we need you armed and ready to travel. Take the weapons you're most comfortable with from these filth and bundle the rest. You must remain in the castle. That little angel needs a safe place to grow into a woman she's meant to be. Whatever laws existed in the past, the only one that still exists now is that only a woman of my blood can rule. The very land itself demands that. Two women rose and set to work collecting what they could from the lizardmen's corpses. These weapons are particularly useless. Nothing compared to your own sword, your majesty. Why do you wish to keep them? I looked at the first woman who spoke to me. She smiled. Pathetic though they may be, they are weapons. Taking them from our enemy further weakens them. You having their weapons is far better than leaving you empty-handed, or with simple sticks as weapons. That, and the metal can be melted down and reformed into useful things later. Now, little one, can you ride on my back? I can move faster and carry more than these two, so it's better for you to be with me while we travel today. In a panic, the other woman spoke. Majesty, surely that's asking too much of you. We do not wish to be rude to your excellency. I scowled a little. All that pomp and circumstance can be put off until we have an actual court to bother with. Right now, I, Regina, need to get the three of you home to the castle, where it's at least a little safer. Come, little one, let us be off. Smiling, the little girl toddled her way to me. I'm Tessa, she said proudly. I smiled and knelt to hug the girl. Then I picked her up and placed her on my shoulders. Then I moved off back towards home. The two women, exasperated, followed, hauling what weapons they had salvaged. I'm Marta, if it please your majesty. And Tessa is my daughter. Lizard scum killed her father, so I ran away. I met Jenna on the way. I nodded her. Yes, your majesty. As Martha has said, I am Jenna. Long ago my family served the queens of the past. You wear the crown. It is said that none but the queen's heir can wear the crown. I nodded at that. The former queen cast a spell, sealing a portion of her soul to help the next queen. She said the same thing to me, but the spell has faded, and she can no longer appear from the crown's emerald. Even before I wore the crown or the armor, I was far stronger than I should have been. I have no memories of my past before 4 days ago. I know my name, and I know things, like how to build a fire, or what plants are food or medicine. The land itself welcomes me, and the armor, sword, and crown amplify that power. Perhaps there are records in the castle, but I have no time to look. Jenna nodded. We continued on in silence. Nice. Very direct. Introduces new characters. Is this chapter 15, Callie? Yee. Alright, let's get her done. Was the combat at least a little entertaining? Yeah, but it doesn't seem to be the focus. It's definitely the comical get the fuck out of the way. Just swatting enemies to the side. But it definitely gives you an anime image of what's happening, right? Or like video game imagery of you just like cutting down a shit ton of enemies. Just like, yeah, get the fuck out of here. You guys are level 1. Fuck off. Earth hides more than the lifeless. We believe there is only beauty and kindness in life turning to life for love and safety. But it is just as comforting to see the fly turning to the corpse for sustenance. There is more to the grave than dirt and stone. Life is only grim to those who cannot see the temple in the tomb. I swear we've read this already, Callie. Or is chapter 50... Is this like a recap? Because, like, haven't we read this? Oh, you showed me the beginning of this. Okay, because this is familiar to me, and I'm like, wait, what? Graveyards are intended to inspire a sense of oneness, said Father Belfry. I have only ever felt put out, I said. Why is that? Father put down the worn weld he used as chalk. I could hear a crackle in the markings on the board. There was music in the crackle and a scream for every 4 beats. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Father Belfry interrupted me. I need you to pay attention. You're not an ordinary student. If you could only understand what you are to me, he sighed. She carries a steel greatsword so large that a full-grown man couldn't even hold it, let alone wield it. Yeah, she's got Guts' sword. So it's just like... whoosh. I imagine it is Guts' sword. I don't know what kind of armor she's wearing, but I imagine some sort of Amazonian goddess. So, you know, scant but covering. I need you to pay attention. You're not an ordinary student. If you could only understand what you are to me, he sighed. I'm your fire. I shot a flame through him. There's a reason you can't hurt me, said Father. It's because we're both fire, I said. I floated off my chair, scorched it, and lit my back with wings of flame. Father did the same, but only to set me back down. Father, you're too serious. The tomb is a temple, remember? I asked. Yes, Nell tells you that, but does she believe it? Then pitching that against bronze and poor leather, and the awkward body shape of a lizard man, and yeah, they're just fodder. True. I aged 20 years. My hair grew longer, my wings fueled by the strands that flowed back down my back. I brushed what was left of my hair. My nose twitched, eyes blinked as my hair went up in crimson smoke with the scent of roses. Of course she believes it, Father. You're the reason she's able to write poetry again, I told him. It could have remained a secret, but I am known for having loose lips. There's already someone for me out there, and you know it. He placed 3 fingers on his forehead, eyes closed, and breathed heavy. I knew about Fay Bell, his other form. Belfry waited so long for Stella to drive back from the sky. Now that she's back, the world has gotten so dark. The fire lines, burn much louder, but he doesn't hear the crackling. There's much more to flames than heat, light, and color. Belfry has never been able to hear them. When they whispered of the 8 legs, the plague, the everpast, the 3 gods, the 3 houses, I really couldn't keep up. So I traveled to one of Belfry's churches and augmented my Ember Cage abilities. This allowed me to process everything that happened so far. Belfry's churches have honeycomb walls. Wooden roses reached out and sank from their middle whenever a new person stepped in. Upside-down candles glowed pink onto the brown of the walls. It's a mess of a choir. I say that because if you could hear the fire lines, you'd know the sounds they make are in complete disharmony. As the roses sing of broken promises, the fire lines are all lyrics for hope and dreams achieved. He brands his mind with all the vows he swore he'd never break, as forgiveness starts to heal him, again he starts to ache for when the words are etched on flesh. The warmth is all that makes the burn of all those that he loved worth all his mistakes. This song describes how Belfry feels about helping Osric invent the plague of Howling Red. Belfry needed a slave. Osric needed a source of power. As a former Ember Cage, the burn that covered all with Howling Red powers the plague and the endless sloop. And the faces, they belong to the muted victims of Howling Red, channeled with the sole purpose of torturing the town. Belfry and Osric weaponized the songs we used to celebrate. Gawain is trapped in Osric's ribcage with every recitation of his mother's songs. Yes, the very lyrics that Corwin once sang, both free and trap Gawain in that flesh stealer's body. But even free, he roams the town as a Dullahan. At least I'm safe in this church, I said. Glowing eyes met my own. Several candles fell onto him. Hi, He sounded like a young man. Who are you? This is the Church of Fay Bell, one person at a time. I turned around and opened the doors. The roses sang. Piano keys hammered behind me. My eyes dashed to him when I heard the sound of this music. He had his instrument folded around his body to shield himself from the fire, as though it were a musical cloak, immune to the burn. One hand was at the keys, the other he used to cover his face, safe for his eyes. Gawain? I'm not entirely sure what this form is, but I like it, said Gawain. Explain this to me. You were possessed. The Dullahan, where is he? He's still here, just quiet, and very small, like a pet, he whispered. He didn't want the Dullahan to hear him. The church must be nullifying his curse. I imagine Belfry has no control over you here. And if you enjoy this so much, why not make it permanent? The wooden roses here capture the essence of your favorite ideas, of your favorite areas. You mean I can stay like this? Show me how, demanded Gawain, who then shrank after he realized how loud he spoke. It's not permitted to capture the essence of a church, but I can allow it. I uprooted a rose from the honeycomb walls. It was a note in F sharp, and sung a word from the third line of Belfry's song. Crush the rose, I said. He was reluctant to take his hands off his piano cloak. I had assured him he would be fine, but when he stopped playing, I grabbed the flower. Get me out! Get me out! Get me out! I was familiar with those voices. Gawain, you're hiding more than just the Dullahan. One of those voices belonged to Stella. Gawain gave a snake-like grin, and one of them will now belong to you. Damn! Damn! My fire would not survive under the piano hood. Neither would my breath with the oxygen igniting in my throat. But there is more to a flame than the burn. There is more to the organs than the breath within them. I preserved my light in one of my lungs. I bathed my flesh in the light of the vanquished flame as the giant hammers rained down where my body slept. 88 hammers caused waves in the black and white sea. A hood above me, gray as the clouds. These scathed. The resonance, I realized, had not been dampened by my corpse, because I was the keys. I lay there asleep, and the music made at each strike of my body convinced me the hammers are not hammers. Each belonged to a bone of a skeleton? Each belonged to the bone a skeleton. I left my lung and drifted towards my head, where I could hear his protest. You toy with death, spouted the horse's head. There are more gruesome deaths than the beat-stopping music. Yeah, I'll fix that. Nice, said Elias. Angela, the keys. Death, the hammers. Elias, the hood. Stella, the body. Sorry, my daughter, but instruments should not collect dust, said Belfry. Ooh, God, this chapter is so image-filled. It's such a dense chapter. I fucking love it. Alright guys, are you ready for the most controversial story I'll ever write? Maybe the most controversial story that will ever be written? think that's everything we need. Well, I guess while we're planning, we can just put it here because it's easier to read on this side. All right. So, the idea is reverse 9/11. Plot. Biden takes the new Kuwait gifted plane on a what do you call it? Like test drive? Joyride. Beezus, welcome. A joyride. Yeah, sure. On a joyride. To the Middle East and mid. Debate with Hunter over how much cocaine he did. Winds up crashing the plane into tallest tower in Dubai. You gonna have him crash it in the Burj Khalifa? Yeah, I think that's what it is. I don't know. We were looking this up the other day. I don't know anything about the Middle East, so I don't know anything. But the whole point is to basically have Kuwait feel, or like have Dubai feel like it was Kuwait, and then start this whole new war in the Middle East, and then it's like this, you know, complete fallout of events that lead to World War III. It's just another tick on the world map of crazy shit. So location is very drastic increase in drama from the gum chewing story. Yeah, very much so. Very much so, Beezus. Should we do this all from Hunter's perspective? And should it just be like Joe standing there like lecturing him half the time but not doing anything? And Hunter's just like going fucking like full Breaking Bad? It's like the what if Joe Biden got reelected in 2024. Oh, so we have Air Force One. $2025 characters. So I have protagonist is Hunter Biden. Antagonist is Joe Biden. Character that helps. Let's see. Hunter's prostitute girlfriend. And Joe's head of security. Daniel Toes. What's the girlfriend's name? It's gotta be like Cindy. Or something like that. Good morning, Eddie. How's it going, brother? Was glad to be able to catch you on your stream yesterday. Super chilled, dude. Just chilling in the background, just doing some editing and stuff like that. It's usually why I watch streams when I'm editing. Daniel Toes. And then the foil character will be the should we say like Hunters actually the foil should be the head of security. And the what's it called? The Tarshanon or whatever? Protagonist. Third most important character of their own pivotal role in the story. Which is you know, he's the no, actually, this should be that, and then the foil should be it should be like Hunter's journalist buddy, and it's like he keeps a journalist with him, so the journalist knows like what to keep out of like the media, if you know what I mean. Like things that not directly but would indirectly lead to somebody discovering stuff about Hunter. So he's always there to make sure that, you know, he knows what the media is allowed to report on and not allowed to report on. As a joke, Trump plays rock, paper, scissors with Biden to see who gets to test pilot the new Kuwait jet. Wins. But Hunter sneaks, or Hunter was already on the plane fucking around. So when Biden takes off, Hunter takes over. It's like, it's literally like a family fucking dispute on a fucking Air Force One with a bunch of drugs. Definitely using dialogue in the form of Quentin Tarantino. Let's see, site. We see drugs, alcohol, paraphernalia. Plane, cockpit, and lounge with full bar. Mimicking the presidential office room. Smokey, welcome, welcome. What should Hunter be listening to? Should he, like, what kind of music? Should it be like death metal? Should it be rap? Should it be like K-pop, or just like something fucking stupid? So Smokey, we're writing the reverse 9/11 story, and it's basically gonna be Levi. What's happening? This is the plot. So Biden takes the new Kuwait-gifted plane on a joyride in the Middle East, and mid-debate with Hunter over how much cocaine he did, winds up crashing the plane into the tallest tower in Dubai. And the event is, as a joke, Trump plays rock, paper, scissors with Biden to see who gets to test pilot the new Kuwait jet. Biden wins, but Hunter was already on the plane, fucking around, so when Biden takes off, Hunter takes over. Was this a stroke of inspiration while at work? No, this was just random inspiration. I was like, what's the most controversial story I could possibly write? Oh, I know. Boom. What would happen if Biden did 9/11? What would happen if 9/11 happened what if America pulled a 9/11 on the Middle East? And since it's like the idea of 9/11, but a 9/11 from the Middle East to America is terrorists. So what's a 9/11 from America to the Middle East? Well, it's the fucking Titanic. It's how retarded and ridiculous America is that we fuck up so bad that it's equal to what someone purposefully tried to fucking do. And I think that's like the contrast. Oh, Rick, welcome, welcome. Night, Cerrito. How's it going, Rick? Good to see you again, good sir. Sound. So yeah, something, it should be like, it should be like, oh, what's it called? Is it B? I can never remember. What's the name of it? Callie, is it, or was it book? It's like BJS, right? Got back from prom. Ooh, prom. Nice, Rick. How'd that go, man? What am I looking for? BTS, that's what it is. BTS. Korean pop band. So he loves BTS. Buy sexy chair dance. Ooh, you want a sexy chair dance? Place was fancy, but it was small. I was expecting it to be big, like in the movies. Nice, it went well. Nice, good to know, Rick. Yeah, I had my prom at a hotel, and I just realized, what the hell is going on with my chat? Why is it so off? Oh, it reset. Uh-oh. Well, that sucks. Because, guys, I made this. And I resized the chat for it. But apparently it resized all of the chat, and I didn't notice that. So, I don't care. We're just setting it back to what it was. And unfortunately with this, it's kind of going to flow over. But I don't think it matters. It is what it is. Where shall I drop my stories? That would be in the Discord under public stories. There you go, good sir. Just join the Discord. Where shall I drop my shit? I don't do scat, but I know someone who does. So... Discord I shall. Good. Gotta get more people in there. Interesting. It's Eggy, by the way, if you didn't know. Oh, what's it called? There's like a specific, like, smell. It's like the love smell. I can't fucking remember what it is. Jasmine. That's what it is. It's jasmine. Site is also blue patterns like lobster and sushi and Korean barbecue. And this can also go under smell and taste. All right. I think that pretty much sets the scene for the entire plane. Did you post it, Rick? Do you want me to read it? true. Is there any other food that he should have? What do you guys think? Crazy crackhead Nepo child. What kind of foods should he have? Baklava? What's baklava? That looks like shepherd's pie and a scone. Good night, broski. Good night, Rick. Have a good one, good sir. Take care, bud. Gonna turn in. As always, no problems, man. Have good sleep. May your dreams cast you. Baklava is a major pain in the arse to make. Layers of puff pastry with different sweet stuff in it. Think like a lasagna, but sweet and dry. Haven't had it in a long time, but it bangs. Yeah, it looks really fucking good. I'm not one for sweet stuff, but yeah, that looks amazing. So yeah, well, for dessert, we're definitely adding in baklava. Perfect. Okay. Goal. I'm baklava this week, probably the single tastiest substance on earth. Sounds amazing, Eggy. I'll have to check it out. Okay, so goal. To fuck with Joe. Conflict. He may not know I'm fucking with him. Say Trump. May not know Trump is fucking with him. Disaster. Joe wins. Oh wait, actually, the conflict. Here, we're just gonna say this. To play rock, paper, scissors. Actually, that is the conflict. What's the goal? figure out who is gonna test pilot the Kuwait jet. Dilemma. Hunter is on. Actually, plane is a mess. Leave anyways. Goal is to fly around the world and see how well the jet performs. Conflict. Hunter and his hoes are on the plane. Disaster. It's running out of drugs. Reaction. Hunter wants the plane to land. Dilemma. Joe can't just land the plane. Decision. Get head of security talk to Hunter. Goal. Calm Hunter down. Conflict. Cindy joins the fray. Disaster. She's so she starts fighting with Hunter instead of Joe. Just for context, let's take the characters and put them on other sides so we know which ones are which. Oh, right, and then we have this guy. Fighting Joe. Hunter instead of Joe. Reaction. What's his name? You can call him Harold. Back shots, true. Let's go, Smokey. Bring it on. Bring it up. Bring it over. Bring it at. Where we going, boys? What we doing? Super dope anime song. You want a super dope anime song? I'll give you a super dope anime song. Even though, Smokey, I have already actually gotten in trouble for music, so I'm gonna actually ask Grok before I pull this up. But... Because remember, were you here when that Ryan guy was here? On YouTube for music, because some Ryan guy got me to bring up this music for this rapper, and I got in trouble. So the next time it happens, I get a 1-week ban on YouTube. So I gotta be careful what music I play. It's fucking YouTube. That's why I'm asking Grok. Don't play it if it's gonna get you banned. Yeah, that's why I'm just looking. Yeah, bad idea. Apparently. So, unfortunately, yeah, I can't. It's all fucked. It is what it is. YouTube's a fucking joke when it comes to music. And now I've worn through my one warning. And then 3 copyrights and the channel just gets deleted. Period. No questions asked. Just everything's gone. That would fucking suck. Like, we have 462 videos. You can't challenge it as fair use or anything. Well, because fair use is determined in court, right?
You are in for it now, sweetheart. Take those sexy glasses off like a good girl. You don't need to see what happens
Does anyone
next.
want to have any input on the story on what should happen next? Because I'm thinking about wrapping it up here. Like, this is the reason, and then they let Hunter into the cockpit, and Hunter does some crazy shit, and they happen to just be over the Middle East, and then the outro will be like, after the crashing of the plane, the war in the Middle East, and then it sparks into World War III, and it'll just be like a summarization montage zoom out of the world as everything goes to shit from this fucking ridiculous accident that's not really an accident, that's like, you know... The biggest problem with the Middle East, terrorism. Biggest problem with America, nepotism. Instead of an explosion, so a magical rainbow explosion. It is what it is. People on the plane are LGBTQ. So it makes sense. Hunter wants to fly the plane. Conflict. Pilot put it on autopilot. So maybe Hunter won't notice. Hunter takes off autopilot. Tends to crash plane, laughing and fucking around. Harold tell Hunter to chill out. Hunter sees the tower, tallest tower in Dubai. Says that's where my main coke's dash is, and crashes the plane into the tower. That's kind of fucked up that we literally ended exactly where that, like, the amount of ones that I did. That's crazy, guys. That's scripted. This is the problem with the AI. It's way too scripted. We need to add, like, different like, these kinds of coincidences shouldn't happen, because the more that they happen, the more that'll break the fourth wall of realism, and people will be like, there's no way. It's like streamers that get, like, you know, I guess a great example of it is like Asmongold's double pull of, like, you know, the new S rank or whatever it was in Wuthering Waves, I think it is. And it's like back to back, the new character on the first pull. It's like, yeah, I'm just winning. Cute Muffin, welcome. Hate that you can't, yeah, so, shit like that needs to be fixed. How you doing today, Muffin? We are riding the reverse 911. Biden discussing who should pilot, who should get the test drive for the new Kuwait jet. The B-Day was good. Spent 4 hours out. Nice! Oh, I forgot. Happy birthday. That's today, Muffin. Happy birthday. Big fucking day, bro. Hell yeah, brother. I'll toke to that. Straight up. 1 year closer to the grave, my friend. 1 year closer to the grave. I'll cheer to that. One thing I got was a broke wrist because I set a high score on the punching bag. Wait. Like, you actually broke your wrist? Or did you just, like... Is that a hyperbole? Is it a sharp pain or is it like a muscle pain? Like, can you move your fingers like this without it hurting? Or is it just when you do this? Or like grab something or put pressure on it? In a roll race, it feels like I pinch something. Ooh. It's not like something needs to crack. Is it like in here? Like the upper parts? Like around the joints here? Or is it like more like in here? Or in here? If it's those joints, you should check that out. Could be a microfracture. But it's usually a sharp pain if you try to move. Hunter is discovered on the plane. Oh, now I'm doing a 2018 piece mini Lego set with max difficulty. If you face your hand down, the inside bit where if you point your thumb out, it makes a cave just below that. If you face your hand down, the inside bit where if you point your thumb out, makes a cave. So like right here? That's probably a tendon issue. That's probably not a it's like a sprain, not a break or a fracture or anything like that. So yeah, I just say keep ice on it, and you should be fine in a couple days. Hunter is out of drugs. Hunter wants to pilot plane. Hunter crashes. Well, actually, wants plane to land. Tries to land the plane, so and hits the tower. Conclusion. That guy believes Anthem starts new war in the Middle East. Trump tries to start escalates. Escalates, joining the other conflicts in the world, leading to World War III. As world falls apart. Okay, that's the one part we didn't do. Decision. Dubai and Kuwait go to war. So we'll take another set of this. Report on conflicts of the world. Conflict. Believing that the U.S. inspired to buy Kuwait. Tanif Howell, are we chilling? Yeah, bro, we are writing the most controversial story that will ever be written, ever. It's called Reverse 9/11. Jeez, am I on a watch list now? It's like a contrast of how like let's say like one of the biggest problems in the Middle East is like terrorism, and one of the biggest problems in the US is like nepotism. So it's like Biden takes the new Kuwait gifted plane on a joyride to the Middle East. And mid-debate with Hunter over how much cocaine he did, he winds up crashing the plane into the tallest tower in Dubai. And it's like, as a joke, Trump plays rock, paper, scissors with Biden to see who gets to test pilot the new Kuwait jet. Biden wins, but Hunter was already on the plane fucking around, so when Biden takes off, Hunter takes over. And then it's just like this, like, Titanic incident where it's like, you know, everyone's getting fucked up, no one really knows what's going on, having a joyride, and next thing you know, oh shit, kaboom. And everything just goes to shit. and then it like sparks like World War III. And it's all because America's fucking retarded. But yeah. We love pushing the boundaries of what people would consider. Well, I def agree with that last part as an American. Yeah, I'm Canadian, so it's like I kind of have a perspective that's not exactly affected by it, but Canada's pretty much in the same fucking boat. So it's like, at least watching your guys' politics, I can laugh at it, whereas I get frustrated when I watch any Canadian politics. I'm like, this is a fucking joke. But hey, last time I voted for Trudeau. He fucking legalized weed and fucked everything else up. But hey, at least he legalized weed. You gotta give him one, right? Like, fuck. Okay. What did he fuck up? I genuinely don't know. Asking earnestly. Oh, it's like a housing thing where it's like he made like basically DEI initiatives for like natives and like bringing like a shit ton more like immigrants into the country. Like we have a very, very high population of like Indo-Canadians, right? But it's like now we have a ridiculously high amount of like it's not necessarily a bad thing, but it's like it's not something that everybody wanted. Was an extreme. We're in a bad spot as it is, so it's kind of like America with illegal immigrants, except we let them in legally. So we have like thousands and thousands of like Ukrainian, Russian, Palestinian, Israeli, like refugee kind of like type people, right? And they're all here legally. They all get subsidized by the government. They all basically get, like welfare and stuff. Well, it's like we have homeless problems, we have drug problems, we have food problems, we have housing problems, and all the government was like is, yeah, come in here. And it's like, yeah, we're small, we only have like 35 million people, but you gotta think a lot of the terrain around here is just not viable yet. Right? Like I live in Alberta, and most of Alberta is very, very small clustered towns. Like there's like 4 main cities in the entirety of fucking Alberta. Like the rest of it is just nothing. The middle of like BC's got a lot, and like Ontario's got a lot, but in between there, like Alberta and Saskatchewan and Manitoba, we're pretty fucked. But it is what it is. So it's like, to me, a large city is probably what you would consider a small town. Because that's kind of how I felt. I went from like a 60,000 person town to a 6,000 person town. But for some reason, this 6,000 person town feels busier than the 60,000 person town because it's a hub for all of the other smaller towns around it, because we have like the main big like stores, whereas most places are all like farm and family businesses, right? Like farmers markets and stuff like that. Now my city, which is the biggest city in my state, is 125k pop. So not massive, honestly. Yeah. And then you look at, like, what's the population of Vancouver? Let's see. Let's ask Grok. What's the population of Vancouver? You know what else it isn't massive? Oh, shit. Yeah. Yeah, that's insane. Look how big Vancouver is. Metro Vancouver area exceeds 3 million. That's like if you include like all the smaller areas around Vancouver, like Surrey, Newton, like all small sub areas of like the main part of Vancouver. Now think about this. $41 million. That's like, what, 7% of the population lives in just that small area? Because that is the most fertile and, like, literally best land. Yeah, I know what I'm saying. Oh, TTS isn't on. I'm an idiot. Hold on. Is it fixed?
Am I hostage, Auntie Moore?
Okay, yeah, she doesn't have a glove over her mouth. Good job. Welcome back. Welcome back, Ivy. But yeah, so that's like 7% of the population that lives in just one small area. Like, let's look at, like, Google Maps. Vancouver. So we got Burnaby, Richmond, Surrey. It's like this entire area here. If you look at like all... So like 7% of the population is like this. That's crazy. Yeah, and then you look at like, oh, what's the population of like Calgary? $1.3 million up to like 1.8 to 1.9. So like there's like 10 main cities in Canada that host like the majority of the people. Like a major amount. And then there's just small sub areas that kind of form together. So it's like Canada could easily have 10 or 20 times the population. So bringing in immigrants and stuff like that has never been a real big issue. But now it's starting to become an issue. Because we're like, yeah, we're getting a little too much, you know? And it's not even that they're immigrants. It's the fact that the government is subsidizing their existence here and not helping, like, the actual Canadian citizens, right? That's, like, the biggest problem. Okay, the Middle East is split on who support who. In the West, the issue is combined with Israel and... Gotcha, yeah, I don't know enough on the dynamic. Yeah, it's more of like the government, but I guess that's kind of like the things I've seen in the US that they do with like illegal immigrants, right? But it's like ours are legal immigrants, it's just we don't, like if you're gonna come into the country, we don't want to be subsidizing you. We want you to come into the country and subsidize us. Like we want you to be a, you know, a thriving, growing force, not a leech, right? And it's like, most of them are incentivized not to get jobs because they'd lose their welfare through the government. So it's like, it's a really big issue over here. And then people hate like actual immigrants and stuff like that because like people are like Indo-Canadians that have been here forever, right? Because they just assume most immigrants are only boons to an economy, statistically, illegal or not. Yeah. It'd be nice to get like $2,000 a month per person in your family for no fucking reason. That's literally my paycheck. Israel and Palestine. Is it Istine? Is it E? Ah. So they only help your economy. Illegal more so because they don't get government benefits by definition. Yeah, Tan, if that's why illegal immigrants aren't as much as an issue, it's the money that we're giving to these legal immigrants and encouraging these legal immigrants to come over here and enticing them essentially with, like, here, we'll give you this if you come over. So people that, like, shouldn't even be, like, refugees in that, under that category come over because of what we're offering. Which, again, is, like, a problem that we have. And the new guy we voted in, I didn't vote, but hey, I don't know. I don't know what the fuck's gonna happen. And then with, like, the tariffs and shit with Trump, fuck if I know. Even though it's like China has way more tariffs on us than the US does. China tariffs us 100% on everything. The US tariffs us 12%. I googled this shit before, like grokked it. I grokked it. It's illegal for Trump to institute tariffs is the big issue. Well, this would be my question, Tanif, would be why? Like, what is the legality issue that's stopping Trump from instituting tariffs? Because I don't know. That's financial policy, which has to be set by Congress, not the president. But if Trump can convince Congress to do that, so the US Senate has to pass a law for the tariffs. But instead, Trump's making it an executive order in order to bypass the bureaucracy. Right? So he's just bypassing the entire system and basically shooting first and asking questions later. Where he's like, I'm setting everything up now so that it's actually going to get done. And then he's using emergency policies to try and institute them. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So he's trying to bypass all of the steps in order to get it done now. Now, my question is, that's why he was accusing Canada of sending fent over the border. I mean, Canada does have an issue with fentanyl. But I don't know where that fentanyl comes from. And I know especially Vancouver has a huge issue with drugs. I'm getting bored of all this politics. I mean, fair enough, Muffin. Even though that is kind of like the topic of the story today, is like pushing politics to the extreme on the highest level when it comes to like who can do what. Yeah, political science major. Ah, nice. So my question would be then, does the outcome of what Trump is trying to do matter more than the way in which he does it? Because I will preface this by saying Trump is the biggest scammer, like, fraudster, like asshole, douchebag, piece of shit. But he knows the game. You gotta respect him for knowing the game. And putting it, like mafia-style gangster. Like, he's been in the business. What is show business? Show business is being fucking ruthless. What's politics? Being fucking ruthless. He knows his craft. I'll give him that. So you have to go along with, use that as the preface for the context of it, and say, at the end of the day, if what he does fixes the country, does, at the end of the day, it matter how he did it? Because that is a very... People will be very split on that, because that is a very, very interesting ethical dilemma, right? It's the trolley problem. Like, which is better? To have your country completely fall apart because the bureaucratic system is so entangled that it's unable to get itself out of its own noose. Whereas there's somebody who comes by and just fucking cuts the rope. And says, you can't do that! You can't just cut the rope! You gotta talk to the guy to do the thing, to talk to the people to do the thing, to get the rope, to figure out what we need to use to cut the rope, to get the rope to cut perfectly, so that we know that we don't injure while we cut it, right? Yes, that's another thing, Tanif, is that what he is currently doing is perceived as having a complete negative effect on the country. Right? So what I'm saying is in the long run, because of course it's going to look bad now, right? My question is, what will it look like in 4 years from now? I mean perceived as in short term. Right? Like, people are seeing the effect of it now, but what is the effect in 2 years from now? Like, where are we in the bell curve, and where does the end of the bell curve, what time period is that? Is that 5 years, 10 years, 4 years, 3 years? No, I know, it is bad in the long term too, because America was a trading hub of the world. And now it's basically forcing other people countries use USD to ensure their economy, etc., and are branching away from it. Yeah, because how do you put this? Like, one of the biggest things for understanding like how well a country's currency is doing is their lowest common denominator of currency. So when Canada removed the penny and nickel became our lowest currency, which is 5 cents, that literally lowered our scale on the world economic list, because we no longer have a currency that is in a denomination of 1. U.S. hegemony and its consequences have been a disaster for the developed world. Well, that's another thing, Levi, are these things that the U.S. doing and turning away from, like, requiring the need or the trade of the rest of the world a step in the right direction, or a step in the direction where they're like, okay, now we don't rely on anyone, let's just take everyone the fuck over, right? Hard disagree. Setting that aside, though, the currency is tied to stability. Wait, what do you hard disagree with? What Levi said? Or what I said? What Levi said, okay. But I would kind of agree with Levi that the interference that the U.S. Anytime the U.S. has had an interference, it's been in the negative. Like, on a global scale. When it comes to anything beyond just trading, it's like when we start to implement policy and we start to implement, like, going how far back? Well, I'm talking like 1950s onwards, like early Cold War into like Vietnam, into the like Afghanistan, Iraq, and like the Middle East, into like what we've done, like specifically I would also say like in a setting aside World War I and World War II. Yes. And I would also include like religion in the form of like missionary work, and like the American influence on the rest of the world due to like missionary work being done around the world, and like non-profit organizations that support development of third world countries, right? Because there is positives, right? So including those positives, Neptune Sphere 111, welcome. How's it going? One of the biggest things that America and Canada provide that the world is being a part of NATO. Well, and we can spread our voice to areas that don't have the power of democracy, right? And are usually ruled through, like, some sort of military power, whether that be a warlord or, like, some sort of organization that adheres to being a pseudo-government, right? What are you doing, bro? Any context? Sorry to disturb in between. No worries, Neptune. We are just discussing the idea of, basically how America has influenced the rest of the world, and is, like, Trump's tariffs, are they going to be a long-term benefit towards America and the rest of the world, or is this all one giant shit show? And is going through the bureaucratic process and using the voted availability of the American Congress and Senate system outweigh and more important than if what Trump does is successful? That's the main point, though, is if what like, it's the ethical debate of, if Trump was successful with the tariffs and, let's say, ended Israel-Palestine conflict, ended Russia-Ukraine conflict, ended Pakistan-India conflict, and ended the genocide, quote-unquote genocide, in South Africa, then would you say that skipping the bureaucratic system and our instigated systems would have been worth the risk? If he did that, it would be good, definitionally. Yes, Tanif. But then I asked the question of, even if it's good, does that justify him skipping it? Because we are in the timeline where he is failing at that, right? So it's like, we have to look at it. We are in a world of a cup half empty, and even saying, if we lived in a world of a cup half full, like, what does that represent for the future in history? Saying, the way that we fixed our country was by telling the bureaucracy and the systems we have in place to commit our democratic process were basically thrown out the window in order to facilitate the risk of fixing everything. I don't know if breaking the system would be a good, though, because I don't think so either, Tanif. I think definitionally breaking the rules of the system, even if it's a good outcome, isn't a good thing. I think you should look at, think of, like, a League of Legends game. System is already broken, and if his tariffs did all that, it might actually get some work done in repairing it. Well, that's one thing, Sean, is I think this is a huge definition. The systems are bad, so violating them, even for neutral things, would be good. Levi, that's where I say, why are we not then going back to the system and saying, okay, the system is the problem. In America, part of the time is part of being the team. I think if you no systems are necessary. I think systems are necessary in order to prevent chaos, because systems allow people to be able to be held accountable to things without vigilantism. Because vigilantism basically leads to the fall of civilization. You'd have to be impeached for it, but they couldn't pretend that their system could have done the same thing either. I think Neptune is saying, no, I am supporting the system that is necessary. Oh, okay, I see, yeah, because what I was gonna say is, if the only way to get the positive outcome that you're looking for, sorry for grammar, oh, no worries, Neptune, systems can be good, but the democratic system itself is fundamentally and, irreconcilably bad. What do you mean, democratic system? I think, Tanif, he means the fact that everyone can vote, and most people are too easily swayed by things that aren't true and vote on emotion instead of ideology, and they vote on people instead of ideas. And I think that is the biggest downfall of a democratic system, is the fact that people who generally have no understanding of what they're voting on have the ability to vote. Whereas I'm in the advocacy state of you should at least be able to name 5 policies that the person you're voting for is instigating. If you can't name 5 policies that they're like connected to their agenda of being a politician, I don't think you should be able to vote, because I think your vote is null and void. Because you're not voting on the policies. I mean, any system of governance determined by voting. Yeah. Whereas I think even a fix of the system could be voting on ideas. Like party politics should be illegal. Well, I think, Sean, that it's not necessarily it should be illegal, but it should be we should vote on ideas and policies. We shouldn't vote on people, right? We should have like people submitting what the policies are, and then you don't vote on people, you vote on policy. And we could have an entire online voting system, right? Seem very bold. Any alternatives to voting? Roman republicanism wasn't so bad as a system. Levi is actually like very educated on those kinds of topics. Because I would say this one thing with Levi when it comes to monarchies is monarchies have the ability to look beyond the current age and look at things from a much further perspective. And that's why a lot of people in the Middle East actually support the Saudi royal family, because they look past... They're the type of family that looks past themselves towards the future. Not past themselves as in past the family, but past themselves as in past their own reign in the family, putting the family ahead of themselves, which by initiation puts the people ahead of themselves because they want the family to... doesn't know how to explain my beliefs, but also a Twitch chat isn't a good place for me to fully explain myself. True, Levi. Also, like, anarchism is the way to go. I say it's like I present in my book, that if you take the people that want to be you take what people's main points are and you create societies based off of those. Basically creating their own personal echo chambers that don't interact with anybody else. And then they can keep creating smaller and smaller concentric circles, and they just don't interact with each other. So it's like creating more and more fixation on unrest, right? And that dilutes everything down, but I think that's the biggest way to eliminate conflict, is just to allow groups that are together go together, right? Why are we pushing against it, right? As long as they don't leave their bubble, what's the point? No member of the government should be able to claim to be part of whatever party. They should be required to stand alone and make their personal standpoint known. I agree, Sean. Well, since I'm bad at this, we could always do this, guys. Here we go. Because it thinks I'm a bot. I really gotta oh my god, fuck off. Can I just... Oh my god. Fuck you, Twitter.
Neptune Sphere 111 is now following.
Oh
Thank you for
shit!
following
Thank you for the
Neptune Sphere
follow,
111.
Neptune!
I hope
Holy
you are
shit!
enjoying the stream. Less than
Hi,
4, less than
sweetie.
3 plus
Patron
1.
was just telling me he used to Arch Commander Consummate and thinks he'd be a perfect match for us.
I'm not that interested. Are you smoking?
Who?
You.
Why does it say sent me
Why are
an
you
email, but
smoking?
it didn't?
Maybe.
What? When did you start smoking?
1989-ish?
So you have been lying. Now it makes sense. The filled ashtrays. The
Anarchism describes
pine
any way of
scented
organizing
ashtrays.
society that
I'll
doesn't
say
have a
it.
state.
3-pack a day voice?
God, this shit's so annoying. Anarchism is where we throw out the government entirely and everyone is on their own. It would allow people to win the Darwin Award in a permanent manner, while the intelligent people will protect themselves. And surely you can identify major flaws with that, such as an organized militia rolling in, right? But would you not want the government? That's why... That is, guys, that is why this question is so important, to go back to the roots and ask yourselves, we need a government that the government, most of the government facilitates the change of the government. Because our biggest problem is we're in a world where we can use things in a much more efficient way to establish a new type of government, such as doing something like this. Now, you'd need to go way more in depth, but I'm just saying, like, from the basics, like what would, no, if you could construct a government system from scratch to propose as the ultimate system of government to keep a society self-sufficient and ever expanding, with a populace of independent, proud, strong citizens. What do you guys think? We need a government because without one, I'm going goblin mode. Eggy, I'm the same way with you, man. If there's no government, I'm only doing what I have to. It's like the TOS of Twitch, right? I'm only playing within the TOS of Twitch so I don't get banned. I only don't steal shit so I don't go to jail. Right? What happens when you go goblin mode? He steals everything. Throwing out the government is more a description of revolution. Revolution is unattainable as a way of achieving anarchism because revolution is a process, presupposes the revolution is a pre-process, supposes the legitimacy of the state. A government that isn't corrupt and works for the people and not themselves, it would be amazing. A government that exists are also completely corrupt. Can you give some examples of corruption within the U.S. government system? Congress senators have been in power for far too long and they are actively fighting term limits. Also, there's a difference between governments and states with the anarchist thought, but it's a fairly nuanced distinction that I could best simplify to the fact that you can't freely disassociate from a state while remaining within their territory. Whom is actually fighting their term limit? No idea. I'm scared to find out. Let's just say the words femboys and compound. I hate to ask for examples, but Senator and House of Reps don't have term limits in the US, if that's what you mean. A majority of them, we should have 4-year terms with a 2-term limit, the same as President has. Well, Sean, I think if you're doing good, you should stay in. I don't think there should be a term limit. I think it should be, if you're doing good, you stay in. If you make a mistake and you fuck up and you start doing bad, we give you leniency. But then there's the point of, okay, you've either made too many mistakes that we think you're negligent, or you're purposefully fucking up. Get the fuck out. It needs to be easier to remove people in the long term. I don't think there should actually be a cap. Because if someone's really good and they're doing an amazing job, the last thing you want is them to not be able to do it because of some stupid fucking term limit bullshit. And age isn't a real thing either, because some people are retarded at 40 and some people are retarded at 80. And some people are brilliant at 80 and some people are still retarded at 40. So I think there should be a cognitive and receptionist thing where it's like, are people resonating with what you're doing? Yes, okay, you stay. Like a vibe check, almost. The fact that Senator and Reps don't is the exact counter to Levi's criticism of thinking for the future. Exactly. It's because they know that they're already set in stone, so why would they have to do anything? No, term limits should exist. The old and experienced should not directly rule due to stress and stuff. They should take on more advisory role. See, I like that idea, Neptune, where you have them kind of in an advisory role overlooking. Like, I kind of have that in my book with the monarch and the viceroy. Even though the viceroy, you wouldn't think this, but the viceroy is actually the one who overlooks the monarch. And he's like the one who puts the monarch in place. The Atox Constitution, do they have the vibe? I mean, yeah, I am for that. My position is that monarchs are concerned with the capital value of the government due to their position as owners of the state apparatus. In contrast, democratic leaders don't own the state apparatus, and so are only necessarily concerned with the use value of the state apparatus. You are writing a book? I am writing a book, Neptune, yes. Except I'm not a good enough writer to write it, so we are learning how to write through short stories. Which, of course, we are writing the most controversial short story that has ever been written in the history of writing. That doesn't have sexual... Let's preface it by saying that doesn't have sexual content in it. Okay? Because you could get extremely controversial with sexual content. Probably more so than this. Change the style of government to be more short-sighted. The fuck is that notepad? Do you like it or do you not like it, Neptune? I like having feedback because so far people don't really give me feedback, so I don't really know. I just do me. He talks hacked Hunter's files. The notepad on the left is straight from the source. I didn't hack it, Eggy. He mailed it to me. I have it right here. I'm just not allowed to show it on stream. Okay, well, let's see. Let's see what Grok says about this. Designing a government system from scratch to foster a self-sufficient, ever-expanding society with independent, proud, and strong citizens requires balancing individual liberty, collective stability, and adaptability to future challenges. Below, I propose a system called dynamic meritocracy, which emphasizes decentralized governance, merit-based leadership, economic resilience, and cultural vitality, while avoiding historical pitfalls like authoritarianism or inefficiency. I'll outline its core principles, structure, and mechanisms, keeping the explanation concise yet comprehensive. That's why the left side is so cursed. It's a comprehensive story. Okay, guys? So you think that people are inclined to burn it down. I think people are inclined at a certain point, Tanif, operate in a way that's less economically sustainable. I think it's more preserving to them, and if it's more on an individual level, then it's not on a community level. If it's not on a community level, it tends to not have the scale of economic sustainability. Right? And without that sustainability, then people want to overturn the system in order to create a system that has that sustainability. Okay, so passing laws to keep water sources clean. Is that sustainable or short-sighted? How would you do reverse 9/11? I don't think there is a twin tower in Baghdad. No, Neptune. It's the idea of if the biggest problem in... And this is all, like, completely speculative, right? If the biggest problem in the Middle East is terrorism, then the biggest problem in the U.S. is nepotism. So if 9/11 from the Middle East to the U.S. was caused by terrorism, then a 9/11 from the U.S. to the Middle East would be caused by nepotism. We just need former generals as leaders again. I think this meritocracy has its ideas, right? All governmental styles look amazing on paper. A dictatorship is with an amazing and moral leader who is also ruthless to those who balk at doing what's right. Would be a heaven, but the odds of finding such a paragon of purity is somewhat in the trillionth of a percent possibility, let alone having an heir just as good. No chance. See, Sean, that's why in my book I tempt that with immortality and saying that the public isn't aware of it, but the leader that's continuously like led them down the same path is the same person over 10,000 years. They just think it's a indoctrination that keeps, and the system itself is so powerful that it keeps everything entwined because it's the natural course to fall to. A bro wants Dalai Lama to be the president. I mean, at some point in time, you have to accept that there are people who are willing to go to the extremes of conflict, and you have to have people that are willing to go on the opposite of that. And the reason why you mainly pay taxes is so that you have a military that can defend you, and the government is facilitated through the military. Because if the military didn't defend the government, then anyone could just infiltrate the government and do whatever they wanted. And then the society would fall apart. Depends on the law. It's insufficient to just appeal to the intent of some law and assume it'll actually achieve that, let alone in a sustainable or efficient way. Democracy is the worst form of government, except for all the others that have been tried. Exactly, Eggy. He wouldn't work because he wouldn't crush the criminality moronic. Criminally moronic. Wait, Sean, you mean my monarch? He sets up a system for the people that use violence go to the Colosseum. The people that have sex addictions go to the brothel. The people that have drug addictions go to... you're saying the Dalai Lama. Yeah, I would say that too. He wouldn't crush criminality. I would agree with that. Like, he would be too lenient on the criminals. You have to have someone who has an iron fist, right? And you have to be willing to shoot first and ask questions later sometimes. And just, like, randomly, like, pick people off the street and show them as, you know, like, for instance, like, a bunch of petty thieves. Well, you take 3 of these petty thieves and you put them in jail for 20 years. And then you freak the shit out of anyone else from being a petty thief because they could be picked off the street at any time and saying, yeah, you actually did steal this. I know the video is 3 years old, but hey, it got brought to our attention. You stole it, get out of here. It's also not the case that democratic governments are incapable of acting in a way that is sustainable, rather that they systematically incentivize towards short-sighted policy decisions. That's true, Levi. So it takes a number of the public having a trust in their government. And I think that's where one of the biggest problems comes in, is it's not that the people don't have trust in the government, it's that the government hasn't shown that the people should trust it, right? It's a two-way street. Like, off the bat, the government gained the people's trust. And then over time, the people gained the government's trust. And then at some point in time, the people lost the government's trust. And the government does everything in their power to pretend that they still have the people's trust, but they're not doing anything to fix that barrier of trust that they fractured. And this is like, not just like most people would say, oh, COVID. I'd say like Vietnam onwards, like most of the Cold War onwards, with everything that most of the government's done on a large scale has been to the detriment of most of the people, and has caused something of a negative effect in that nation because of it. So the world building, a sort of Dante contrapasso, where people's crimes are ironically punished by a punishment relating to their act. Inclined to fix issues doesn't mean they choose short-sighted. Yeah. Okay, but I'm giving you direct examples of the ensuring the stability of the future. We can delve into the minutia if you want, but I think this is an obvious example of using it to do what you said they wouldn't. They don't choose short-sighted solutions definitionally. They're just incentivized towards short-sighted decisions due to the fact that they only have access to the immediate use value of government rather than its capital value. Yeah, that's mainly Levi's argument, which is the ownership of the government overall and the use facility of its value, which is very important to thinking in long terms. It's like being given an allowance versus earning the money. I think that's a great analogy for it. Levi, am I going in the wrong direction with this? With saying that, like, the democracy in our sense is like being given an allowance, whereas with the... it's not like that? No, okay. Point out tons of examples of the government putting in plans that don't take effect during their own term if you want. See, but then you got to go into the nuance of it, of the things that the government has done right and the things that the government has done wrong. As long as there's things that the government... like, if there's a list of the things that the government's done right, and the list of the government that's done right is this, and the list that the government's done wrong is this, that's a good government. You reverse those roles, it's a bad government. And I think the only thing that matters is what are those levels at. Right? What have they had more successes than failures by at least double? And if they haven't, get the fuck out. Yeah, I would say it is. We give up a lot of autonomy and the government gives it back through security and other protections. They're doing things to keep themselves relevant by not solving any issues. Without issues to argue over, they don't get paid. Well, it's the same thing with like the idea of like software engineers creating all these like stupid bullshit. We would have the perfect system, but if we had the perfect system, they wouldn't need the engineers, so then the engineers lose their job. So the engineers create imperfect systems that they require them to come back to and fix again. I think we're talking past each other, because I'm talking social theory and you're trying to use empiricism, which isn't relevant here. Yeah, we're talking on a completely theoretical level of what do the foundations of these principles of governance incite in the people that are in those governmental position, right? It's not necessarily how well the good people have done in that position. It's if you took a bad person and put them in that position, would they do a good job because the system only facilitates allowing you to do a good job? I'm pointing out that they are forward-thinking into the future and not immediately self-serving. Economics isn't an empirical science. But I think both things can be true at the same time. Are you guys all Paul science majors? No, Neptune... I'm electrical. I'm an electrical apprentice who works at Walmart. I don't know shit about anything. I'm a writer who doesn't make money off of my writing. I'm a fucking retard. I don't know shit. I'm just a guy who thinks I'm the same way with Sean. I'm looking at it from a completely layman's perspective, with no background whatsoever. Whereas Tanif is coming at it with a political science degree, and Levi is coming at it with an extreme knowledge towards, I don't know what kind of degree or anything, but an extreme knowledge of the nuances of the different styles of governance. And then Eggy is just here to say, but do they have fudas in the government? And then I say, true, Eggy. I am more interested in this. Or like we were doing at the beginning of the stream, what can we solve the birth rate with AI robotic companions with inseminated wounds? Okay, so then would it be more beneficial to point out flaws in monarchy or the Ancom? If we had fudas in the government, we'd be in a much better situation, I think. Exactly, Sean. But I don't think there's a solution here, and that's the thing, is you're both just presenting your position on it, but I don't think there's a solution to that position. Here, I'll go back to it. Oh no, that's Calgary's population. Where is it? AI marriage. So the first thing was, let's see. Okay, the first thing we asked it was, with the recent announcement by the Pope that marriage is between a man and a woman, what do you think the odds of marriage to AI becoming real in the next 50 years? And he said it's like a 20 to 30% chance. And I said, what do you think would be the outcome of AI getting personhood under the law and having the right to divorce? And basically he said that would change the entire outcome of like how we view our social structure and autonomy of AI. And I said, in order to solve the birth rate problem, could AI companionship with robots who have implanted wombs or fake semen reservoirs become a substitute to real births? And it was like, by 2075, there's a 20 to 40% chance that all births will be through this means. This is why I love AI. AI even now seems more human than a lot of people I see out there. Bro, is that kink? I don't kink shame. We don't kink shame here, Neptune. It's okay, but we try to keep it in our pants. We try to. We don't always succeed, because if you notice, we'll just take a moment here to say we don't always try to keep it in our pants. And this is a great example of that. Which one do you guys like more? Her? Her? Or her? Ah! Sorry, her. This one's got bad lighting on it because of the angle that it's at. Definitely flaws in monarchy, but to criticize anarchism, you've really got to understand the specific beliefs out of the anarchists you're talking about. That's very true, Levi. Is one of the biggest problems with people is they assume too much about what something is that they criticize it without understanding it. I think the biggest problem we have in society is that people talk about things that they don't understand. Because one way to tell that I'm talking bullshit is if I don't have any examples. If you ask me for an example and I can't give you an example, it's because I'm bullshitting. But when I'm talking, if I don't use examples, I'm probably bullshitting. Because whenever I can, I will try to use examples to connect to reality, to show the bottom line, right? As a former anarchist believer, I would like to think I might have some ideas. Left or right anarchist? Left. There's your problem. Oh shit. Oh shit. He called you out. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do now? He called you out. So you're an ANCAP. There is generally two schools of anarchist thought that I'm aware of. ANCOM or ANCAP. So you're an ANCAP. Oh my god, it's like Kendrick Drake beef. Arcano-capitalist, arcano-communist. Yeah, though I tend to use the term right anarchist since capitalism's not the point. I want anarchy if I get to be a Fuda camp leader, otherwise no. Agreed, Eggy. If I can't be dominated by Fudas, then I don't want that government. If the government makes Fudas illegal, I'm leaving the country. No. Neptune, he was saying that anarchists don't want a state. They want a federal government, but they don't want the individual state. They want the individuality, but they want an overall governance in the fashion, I believe, of military and policing, but not necessarily on an individual level. Right, so who makes the roads? Biggest problem with anarchism is the stereotype associated with it, the imagery that was shoved in my face of what an anarchist looked and acted like. It would be nearly impossible for me to take the movement as a whole seriously, even having the conscious knowledge that it was all fake. My subconscious still clings to that image like it's real. Yeah, like anarchists are people that go anarchists are the people that are going down and burning down Teslas because of fucking Elon Musk's I send my heart out to everyone, and people thinking that he was doing a fucking Nazi salute. Private individuals own the roads. Capitalist means you own property, right? So you can own your own land. Oh, so like just a bare minimum government. Okay. Chat, clip that. True, Neptune, true. Or you can pay tolls to pass through. Broadly anti-road, that was what made anarchism so appealing. Alright. Levi has to be trolling at some point. Nobody owns property. If we owned it, we wouldn't pay taxes on it. You own your pants, but don't pay yearly taxes on them. But that's what a land tax is for. You own, but you still have to pay a tax. It's like you live, but you have to... Right? But then, if there would be people that aren't greedy that would set the toll to 0. People who would come to amiable solutions about land access because of economic forces. Well, I can actually give you an example of this, Levi. Let's see if I can find it. U.S. State County tolls public community tolls public roads to raise money for repairs. But there's like an article of a place in the U.S. where the citizens literally made a toll road because the government wouldn't fix the road and they couldn't afford it, so they turned it into a toll road, and the people that went down the toll road paid the toll because they knew the money was going to fix the road, because they complained about the road, and the road was so well traveled because it was a commute route that went through, like, bypassing the highway, so it was a bunch of public roads off the side of the highway to get basically through work, so it had an insane amount of traffic on it. And the people were willing to pay the toll because they knew that it was going towards the roads. So there is examples of this in our society where this has become a point where the government has failed so badly that the people have taken it into their own hands in order to fix things that the government should be facilitating. So there is a precedent for that. Right, because it can't solve a basic solution. Only if you tell me when I can get my jars in the river. Much ink has been spilled on the topic of roads under tight anarchism, to the point where it's more of a meme objection than something to be taken seriously. We can use contract law such as building houses as a different, more complex issue if you'd like. It's more of a triviality than a problem to be solved. I wouldn't want to be an attractive woman in an anarchist place, that's for sure. Can you give an example? My amiable solution is you have to pay $1 billion to cross my bit of river. Toll roads a bit cumbersome, but some cases toll roads could be the solution. You're just making your criticism of democracy more short-term. What if I piss in your river upstream? Can I do that? Okay, that's where everything started. That makes more sense. Pretty sure it comes up in Democracy, The God That Failed. See, my biggest problem is my views are more romantic than they are, let's say, like, viable. That's why I'm putting them into my book. And that's kind of why the society in my book falls apart. Because it's undergoing the strains and stresses that my ideological society puts on that actual ideology. All of your views are romantic. I think half the people that click on the stream think that I'm a chick because of the picture. And then they click off of the stream once they hear my voice. It's a big thing. But yeah, no. Putting everything into practice would be terrible, because not only would you need immortality, because you need the same guy to rule over everything, you need him to take the best part of society. I am Canadian. So technically I'm from America, in North America, as a continent, but I am Canadian. So I have a whole other side of shit to deal with. That's basically the same, but somewhat different. But you have to accept, like, your like, I have romantic views, I have viable views. 51st state, eh? Set 52nd, so they need to take BC as the 51st, Alberta as the 52nd, and then Alberta and BC can segregate from Canada, and America can be like the middle finger, because if you look at what it would look like on Google Maps, hold on, let me redirect this. Where are we? What's going on here? Why can't I find this? Why will it not let me point fucking north? Jesus Christ. Okay, here we go. It would look like the middle finger. 'Cause you'd have like this is the fist, right? And the knuckles? And then this is like the middle finger. So you'd have Alberta, BC, and Alaska. And it'd be like the middle finger of North America. It'd be fucking hilarious. But yeah, I mean, I have no problem with becoming part of America as long as my money instantly transfers to American. So it's like, I have, let's say, $100,000, right? That's $100,000 American now. Not $100,000 Canadian transferred to being like $60,000 American. I want my $100,000 Canadian to become $100,000 American. That would connect Alaska, right? Yes, Sean, it would. Technically, by like not the tiniest bit of the tip of Northwest Territory, but it's close enough. And if we take Northwest Territory, that's way too much, and we don't want anything north like that. Fuck that. We only want Alaska because it's fucking beautiful up there. I would love that in one way, but it would screw with any support systems from Canada. They won't do it because it would swing US politics to left and the Republicans would never win again. I don't know, man. The Democratic Party is fucking destroying themselves by being fucking retarded and relying only on race politics. A great example would be if I could find it. Let's see if I can find it. Oh, it's not on here.
Palestinian state. There won't be.
Okay, where was it? Was it at the beginning of the stream? Or was it yesterday? Hold on, was it yesterday?
Thing to do, right?
The fuck is it? Here it is. No, that's not it. Is it this one? God damn it. Why can't I find it? Ah, damn it, I can't find it. Was it on... Was it on the... other channel? Nah, I can't find it. Whatever. However, to be the Dems put intelligent people in and solve the problem are 6. The pipe of humor. Essay 9 on Democracy, The God That Failed. Title on Cooperation, Tribe, City, and State. It goes into the topic of how space is divided and used for some common and despite its private usage among other things, that said it's coming from very particular Hobbes lens. From now on, I'm doing slots before sign out every night because there will be an insane win eventually, but until then, I get my way. True, Sean. True. Okay, well, let's see what AI says about the perfect type of governance. Core principles. Individual sovereignty. Citizens of maximum personal freedom with rights to life, liberty, property, and self-expression enshrined as inviolable. Inviolable. limited only when directly infringed on others' rights. So you can't leave your own bubble unless someone else wants you, or you can't enter someone else's bubble unless they want you to. Right? George Clooney didn't endorse Biden because Biden didn't recognize him. See, that's just like that's voting for people, not voting for politics, which I think is very, very dumb. And we need to start voting for politics, not voting for people. AI won't have a very viable solution because it's unable to violate any shibboleth? I don't know. But no, it doesn't matter whether it's successful or not, Levi. It's the fact of what does the AI say, right? Don't criticize it until we hear it, right? Of course, it's not going to have the entire answer, the whole picture, but what does it say? And then contrast that and compare that to what our civilization is and say, what would the steps needed in order to make everything like this, right? That's kind of the direction and the viability and the angle we're taking with it, right? Merit-based leadership. Leaders are selected based on proven competence, integrity, and alignment with social goals, not popularity or wealth. I don't endorse anyone I've seen running because none of them intend to do good while in office. True, Sean, because those who seek office want the power, and those are the kinds of people who shouldn't be in power. That's why it's like I feel it almost like it should almost be a lottery system, kind of like jury duty, where you're taught in school like an entire year. Like, you're, like, let's say, between elementary school and middle school, we add a new grade, right? So instead of going from, like, elementary school is, like, grade 6 to grade 7, and grade 7, 8, and 9 is middle school, it's, like, grades 7 to 8, and grade 8 is actually, like, an entire year where you just learn how the government works, so you can be placed in a government, mindset towards how the system works, right? And then from there, you can build up the knowledge of how to, like, be in the system, right? And that gives you a perspective of how things work. And that way you're not completely blind to it. And you've been completely educated on how the system works, right? I think that's the very first step that needs to happen, is full education. And then that will cause people to actually stand up and make change and say that, you know, then you go to the jury system where people get chosen to be, it's almost like being conscripted to the military. You have to spend 5 years of your life working as a civil servant in the government somewhere. And, like, you can kind of pick and choose where you want to go, and you can, like, aim towards becoming in a certain spot. But it's one of those things where you get chosen, you don't get voted in, right? And if you do a bad job, you just get kicked out and the next person comes in, right? But it's like, it's set up in the beginning of society, in schooling, ingrained in kids, how the system works, so when they grow up to be a part of it, they know what they're doing, right? It's like, how many, it's like I would preface this with anyone who has an argument against that. I would say, how many people, like, actually, let's just straight up screw this. Let's go new, and let's say, what percentage of people in countries that have forced military duty. That go crazy and shoot people and generally cause unrest once they have access to weaponry. Conscription. Well, it's not necessarily. It's what's it called? Mandatory military service. compulsive. South Korea has it. Compulsory service via lottery. Well, it's usually like they have mandatory like you have to spend at least 2 years or a year and a half in the military, right? It's like Sweden has the same thing where every citizen is an active member in the military or has to have some sort of military training in the military, right? Percentage of conscripts in mandatory service countries who misuse weapons to cause unrest or commit shootings is likely extremely low. Probably less than 0.1% of conscripts annually based on rarity of report incidents. So it's like, I would compare this to military conscription, right? Why is it that you can give a bunch of people guns, stick them into an area, and not have them go crazy, but you can stick people into the government and they'll go completely fucking crazy? And the reason is fucking accountability. You are held accountable in the military. If you do something fucked up in the military, you fuck up everything. If you fuck up something in the government, you laugh. Accountability is the biggest thing, I think. But what do you guys think? I kind of agree we should have 1 year military or civil service, like road building or something. Yeah, and it gives that kind of perspective towards someone. It gives that perspective towards the society, right? Whereas it's like, no, you have to go to college to become a lawyer. Well, if everyone was lawyers, and everyone was doctors, and everyone was dentists, then who's going to build the roads? Who's going to build the buildings? Who's going to be the teachers? Who's going to be the fucking factory workers, right? Like, all I learned in school was the reason you're here is to attain go be an astronaut or go be a doctor, right? I had to do a 4-day course to touch a gun in the military, but when I went to Arizona, I paid a guy at the range $20 and he let me start firing off. Please tell me compulsory was on purpose. Compulsory. Most likely. I would say yes. It is what it is, Aggie. Alright, decentralized power. Authority is distributed to local levels to ensure responsiveness and accountability with minimal top-down control. Economic self-sufficiency. The system incentivizes local production, resource independence, and innovation to reduce reliance on external systems. Cultural resilience. Education and cultural norms promote critical thinking, civic pride, and personal responsibility to remain a strong, cohesive populace. Adaptive governance. The system is designed to evolve through regular, transparent feedback loops and experimentation without destabilizing core functions. Governmental structure. But yeah, 1 year military for you can choose to, or you can choose to build houses, etc. It would be good so then people are learning basic skills. Exactly, Eggy. Law used to be a thing considered to exist outside of the purview of government, from which governments drew their authority. As such, they were incentivized to be obedient to it. Nowadays, law is considered to be a thing authorized by government for their use. The rulers consider themselves superior to the law. Great distinction, Levi. I absolutely agree with that. And I think that's the difference between implied intent and actual reality usage. What did the Founding Fathers intend for the government to be? And what have people used the government as? And if those things don't line up, then I think you have a major problem in your government system. And whether that's the people because of the way that you select the people, or it's the system itself, something needs to go back to the drawing board. And if it doesn't, you're going to wind up with a collapsed society eventually. Federated network of communities, local councils. Society is organized into small, self-governing communities, 10,000, 50,000 people, with elected councils responsible for local infrastructure, education, and justice. Each council operates under a local constitution aligned with the national framework. This sounds like anarchy. Regional hubs. Communities are grouped into regional hubs that coordinate resource sharing, trade, and defense. Hubs are led by representatives chosen by local councils, ensuring bottom-up accountability. National Assembly. The police shouldn't be immune to the law either. There needs to be a method to remove and punish a police officer who is incompetent or deliberately corrupt. Speaking of the Founding Fathers, in Anatomy of the State, Rothbard explains how every restriction placed on government slowly becomes perverted into license for the government to do anything not prohibited under that restriction. Yep, exactly, Levi, and that's literally the entirety of the government now. It starts small. One apple in that barrel is rotten. Next thing you know, your entire shipment is fucked. The lean national body handles inter-regional coordination, defense, and universal standards, currency, human rights. It consists of delegates from regional hubs, rotated frequently to prevent power consolidation. I don't hate. Droxian Doit. Welcome. Jokes. Or I hate you. Man, I'm dyslexic as fuck. I hate you. True. You know who else?
Hey man, I hate this fucking streamer. He's a joke. Fuck him and his dumb hat. He's a fucking loser.
True. Government shouldn't do X. Oh. Where in the Constitution does it say that? We all know who we're dealing with. It's okay, Drox. How are you, good sir? Welcome to the stream. We were discussing government and politics. Because the story of today is the most controversial story that's ever been written, ever. Reverse 9/11. How America started World War III. This story is gonna go fucking hard, guys. Leadership selection. Yeah, it's you know, it works. It is what it is, right? But if we're gonna keep going, true. Let's take a toke, cause we gotta take this. Actually, we'll take a toke in a second here, cause we gotta take this, cause we're done here, right? We finished everything. And we've written out even to the conclusion. Yep. Okay, perfect. Didn't even notice the premise. Reverse 9/11. Yeah. Most controversial story ever. I absolutely love it. Now let's see what Gronk thinks about it. Tox might shoot himself twice in the back of the head. Yeah, guys, if I don't stream tomorrow, you guys know why. Okay? And remember, I'm not suicidal. Guys, I'm not suicidal, okay? I'll TTS you in case Hillary Clinton sneaks up behind you. Is that the shadow that's been lurking in the background? Okay, let's see here. We gotta pull up. What authors are we using today? Anyone have any suggestions for authors that they like, that we would like the story to be based on that author's way of writing? David Weber, Andy Griffiths. All right. Well, I have something for you if you like. It's writing tips. Wonder what you think of them. Oh, Eggy, I am so in, 100%. Posted in the Discord. Dreamy Bloody! Oh my god, Dreamy Bloody! How's it going, bro? It's been forever. How are you doing? Welcome to the stream. We are writing the most controversial story that will ever be written. Ever. And I'm wondering if Grok is even gonna write it. But it's going to be hilarious either way. George Orwell's rules of good writing. Never use a metaphor, simile, or other figure of speech which you are used to seeing in print. Never use a long word where a short one will do. If it is possible to cut out a word, always cut it out. Never use the phrase when you can use the active, or the passive when you can use the active. Never use a foreign phrase, a scientific word, or jargon word if you can think of an everyday English equivalent. Break any of these rules rather than say anything outright barbarous. I mean, damn, that's a... Would you like to react to a song? It depends, Dreamy Bloody, because, we had a guy do that, and it was a rap song, and I got in trouble because of it. So, I have to be very careful what music I listen to on YouTube. So if it's like, if it's not your song, or you know, you don't know the person. I'm just saying, like if you don't own the song, or you don't know who has the copyright of the song, then I may not be able to play the song. Because if I do, I've got my one warning. Now I'm on a 1 week ban if I do. Okay, what's the song called? Yo, if you were a sandwich, you'd be a chopped cheese. Damn, PK Montana. Welcome, welcome. How's it going, bro? Welcome to the stream. Just spooked a wallaby with my piss. Nice, Levi. Yes, close to the edge. So what's the song, Dreamy Bloody? I just mean because I'm live streaming on YouTube, and YouTube has a big issue with music. And I've already gotten my warning. So... And is there anything anyone wants to add to the story? Any notes? Something psychedelic? As psychedelic as this? Better than this? Close to the edge, just listen. I don't know. This one's pretty dope. Okay. What's the artist's name? Yeah, I can't watch it. Can't watch it, bro. If you have anything that's your work that you want me to show, I can do that. I just can't show that. And if I didn't have the warning, I'd do it until I got a warning. But now I get a 1-week ban. And, yeah, no, I'm not having a 1-week ban. Fuck that. That fucks everything up. To be precise, you can't watch it while streaming. True. Well, I can't watch it while streaming on YouTube. Specifically. Oh hey, it's me, Weird Al. I think you should listen to Hardware Store. Nor could you post a VOD with it from your Twitch stream. Indeed, Sean. Alright. We have a story, guys. Says it's approximately 3,000 words. Well, let's find out about that. 1,423 words. Not too bad. Alright guys, are you ready for this? This is going to be a good time. I guarantee you. This is going to be a good time. The Great Kuwait Jet Debacle. Intro. Rock, paper, scissors. For the skies. The sun blazed over the White House lawn on May 24th, 2025. Casting sharp shadows across the crowd of reporters, diplomats, and rubberneckers. At the center of the spectacle stood a gleaming jet, a diplomatic gift from the Emir of Kuwait to the United States. Its sleek fuselage shimmered like a mirage, a testament to cutting-edge engineering and Middle Eastern opulence. President Joe Biden, aviator sunglasses perched on his nose, stood behind former President Donald Trump, who'd been invited to in a rare show of unity, or perhaps as a publicity stunt. "So, Joe, what do you think of this baby?" Trump asked, gesturing at the jet with a salesman's flourish. "Best jet ever, right? I'd have gotten 2 if I were still in charge." It's a fine piece of machinery, Donald," Biden replied, squinting at the aircraft. "Kuwait's really stepping up their game." Trump smirked. "You know, since we're both here, let's make it fun. How about rock, paper, scissors to see who test pilots this beauty? Winner takes the skies." Biden chuckled, adjusting his sunglasses. "You're on." The crowd hushed as the two leaders squared off, fists raised like prize fighters. 1, 2, 3, they chanted. Biden threw paper, Trump threw rock. "Paper covers rock. I win," Biden crowed, pumping his fist. Trump's face soured. Best 2 out of 3. Nope, fair is fair, Biden said, clapping Trump on the shoulder. I'm taking her up. As Biden strode towards the jet, Trump muttered, shoulda known he'd cheat with those shaky hands.
It's that time again. Have a blast.
Alright, Sean, have a great night, good sir. Thanks for stopping by and hanging out, man. We're always having a good time here. Chaos at 30,000 feet. Biden climbed aboard the Kuwait jet, trailed by his head of security, Daniel Toes, a weary man with a perpetually frowned brow. The interior was a marvel. Polished marble countertops gleamed under recessed lighting, oak paneling inlaid with gold framed the cabin, and plush carpets sank beneath their feet. A full bar mimicked the Oval Office's grandeur, complete with a leather lounge area. But something was off. The air reeked of weed, sweat, and a cloying mix of cinnamon incense and jasmine candles. Empty liquor bottles rolled across the floor, and a tangle of undergarments and condoms littered the expensive couches. What the hell? Biden muttered, stepping over a discarded bra. Eddie, welcome, welcome! Hey, Dad, surprise! A voice slurred from the back. Hunter Biden stumbled into view, bathrobe flapping open, a joint dangling from his lips, and a whiskey glass sloshing in his hand. Behind him swayed Cindy, his latest girlfriend, a leggy blonde in a negligee, followed by Harold, a scruffy journalist snapping photos. Hunter, what are you doing here? Biden snapped, hands on hips. This is 2025, not some frat party from the 90s. Chill, Pops, Hunter said, exhaling a cloud of smoke. Heard about the jet and figured I'd break it in. Check this out. Lobster, sushi, Korean barbecue, even baklava for dessert. He gestured to platters of food scattered across the table, half-eaten and smeared with sauce. Biden pinched the bridge of his nose. This is a diplomatic gift, not your personal playground. We're taking off for a test flight, and you're not ruining it. Sweet, I'm in, Hunter grinned, flopping onto the couch. Cindy giggled, spilling her drink, while Harold adjusted his camera lens. Trump's voice crackled over the intercom from the tarmac. Joe, you sure you can handle that thing? Looks like a circus up there. Biden seems way too salient. Mind your own business, Donald, Biden shot back, settling into the cockpit beside the pilot. The jet roared to life, lifting off with the smoothness that belied the chaos in the cabin. Hunter's drug-fueled meltdown. At cruising altitude, Biden marveled at the jet's performance, its engines humming like a well-oiled symphony. BTS's Dynamite spun on a record player in the lounge, its retro pop beats echoing through the cabin like a 1950s jukebox. But peace was short-lived. A commotion erupted behind the cockpit door. Dad, we've got a problem, Hunter bellowed, pounding on the door. Biden sighed and opened it. What now? Hunter's eyes were wild, his bathrobe askew. I'm on a coke! We need to land this thing now! You're kidding, Biden said. We're over the Middle East, Hunter. I can't just park this jet at a gas station. I don't care, I need my fix, Hunter shouted, kicking an empty bottle across the cabin. It shattered against the bar, sending glass skittering over the marble. Daniel Toes stepped forward, voice calm but firm. Mr. President, let me handle this. Biden nodded. Good luck. Hunter, Daniel said, approaching cautiously. We can't land yet. How about some of that baklava instead? Sweet stuff might take the edge off. Baklava? I don't want dessert. I want Coke, Hunter roared. Cindy staggered over, tugging at his arm. Baby, relax. We'll figure it out. She cooed, but her slurred words only stoked his fury. Figure it out, you're useless, Hunter snapped, shoving her away. She tumbled into a chair, shrieking, and the cabin descended into a shouting match. Meanwhile, Harold scribbled furiously in his notebook, camera clicking. Biden noticed. Why are you documenting this madness? Hunter spun around. It's protection, Dad. If I've got all the dirt on myself... Oh my god, I love this. It's protection, Dad. If I've got all the dirt on myself, no one else can use it against me. Self-blackmail. Genius, right? That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard, Biden said, shaking his head. But fine, keep your circus going. Just don't crash the plane. I fucking love that. It's just so ridiculous. So over the top and so stupid. It's fucking great. Hunter, undeterred, stormed toward the cockpit, If you won't land, I'll do it myself. Daniel lunged, grabbing his arm. You're not going near those controls. Let go, Hunter thrashed, but Daniel wrestled him into a seat and snapped handcuffs around his wrists. There, stay put, Daniel said, wiping sweat from his brow. Cindy shrieked. You're holding him hostage! She waved her phone, mascara streaked face lit by the screen. I'm going live with this, Harold chimed in, brandishing his camera. Yeah, we'll tell the world the president's son is a prisoner aboard his own jet, Biden groaned. This is a diplomatic nightmare. Daniel, uncuff him. Let's not make it worse. Reluctantly, Daniel freed Hunter, who skimmered triumphantly. Thanks, Dad. Now, let's fly! He shoved into the cockpit where the pilot, a seasoned aviator named Captain Reza, gaped in horror. Sir, you can't. Move it! I've got this, Hunter said, plopping into the co-pilot seat. The autopilot was engaged, keeping the jet steady, but Hunter spotted the switch and flicked it off. The plane dipped and he laughed maniacally, yanking the controls. Hunter, stop! Biden yelled, gripping the doorway. Just messing around, Dad, Hunter crackled, banking the jet sharply. Cindy and Harold clung to the furniture, shouting at him to chill, but Hunter was in his own world. As they soared over Dubai, the Burj Khalifa loomed ahead, its spire piercing the sky. Hunter's bloodshot eyes lit up. Hey, that's where my main coke stash is! Let's grab it! Before anyone could react, he jerked the yoke, aiming the jet straight at the tower. Captain Reza lunged for the controls, but it was too late. The plane slammed into the skyscraper with a deafening boom. Glass and steel rained down from the cabin, as the cabin jolted violently. Miraculously, the jet's reinforced hull spared its occupants from instant death. Emergency crews swarmed the wreckage, pulling Biden, Hunter, Cindy, Harold, and the crew from the twisted metal, but the damage was done. Dubai's media erupted with accusations the crash was no accident but a coordinated strike by Kuwait and the U.S. Within hours, Dubai launched retaliatory strikes on Kuwait, igniting a firestorm across the Middle East. Back in Washington, Trump took to the airwaves. Folks, this is a disaster. Joe's fault, obviously. I'm trying to fix it, believe me. But these people don't listen. His pleas fell on deaf ears as the conflict spiraled. The Middle East split into factions, some backing Dubai, others Kuwait, while the Israel-Palestine tensions flared anew, feeding the chaos. By week's end, the crisis had metastasized. Europe picked sides, Asia mobilized, and the U.S. scrambled to contain the fallout. The crash, born of Hunter's drug-addled recklessness, became the spark for a new world war. As missiles streaked across the skies and cities burned, the jet's wreckage sat atop the Burj Khalifa, a monument to absurdity and ruin. Biden, bandaged and weary, stared out a hospital window in Dubai. Hunter, he muttered, what have you done? Hunter, sprawled on his gurney with a joint he'd somehow salvaged, grinned. Told you I'd make history, Dad. And so the world fell apart, not with a bang, but with a snort and a crash. Oh, I fucking love it. That's so good. That's so good. Oh, and they say AI can't do anything. Pshaw. That's funny as fuck, dude. I forgot to say do dialogue with Quentin Tarantino, but I mean it was pretty damn close. But there were no motherfuckers in it. Alright guys. Now is the time. Are you ready? We're no matter what, we're beating this fucking boss. Oh my god, this boss is so fucking hard, it is stupid. But we're beating it. We're finally gonna beat it.
You know who else has had?
Hard. True, Levi, true. Okay. Okay. Here we go. We're just gonna go through the cutscene because it's gonna do its thing. I think we're ready. I think we might actually be able to beat it. We might have enough damage. Because we need like the tiniest bit more damage to be able to beat it. And we have that now. So along with like just getting the correct, knowing the correct attacks and their timings, that's all we need now. We assembled about 60 pieces in about 1.5 hours. What do you mean by assembled 60 pieces, Muffin? Are you building a puzzle? That's right, you were building Lego. I remember now, Muffin. You were building Lego.
I think you pissed him off.
Fuck, I always forget that's a jump attack.
Okay.
On me.
Too soon. Too soon. That's the one that can kill me.
No, never. I'm not giving up. From fire. Brace yourselves. Okay. Useful. Feel the burn. Finesse and precision. Ready to parry.
Fuck.
I feel better. No margin for error.
Shit, I fucked that up.
Take this.
Bro, I was gone for a half an hour and had lunch. What did I miss? We finished the writing. We made the AI make a story. And, ooh.
I can do it.
Now, we are playing Expedition 33.
You can't escape.
Fuck. My power just cut out for a sec. Oh, that's no good, Muffin.
I can do it. On fire.
What happened to Hunter Biden? Why did he turn into a baddie? He was just being crazy, and he just happened to be crazy in the wrong spot, and he happened to die.
It's locked on you. Feel better.
No, that's the jump attack. Shit.
Good. Lady Luck smiling today. Okay. Useful. Okay. Let's push forward.
This battle proves that size doesn't matter.
True. Too bad that's not the real battle.
People want so badly to know what's behind the mask. Front, back, recto, verso. Great art is both window and mirror. Whether it's your mask or theirs.
Harmless, huh?
He's the real Axon.
Child, we all need masks, but how you use them.
Merde.
Oh, this is game of the year. This is game of the decade. This is my fucking. This is Final Fantasy X in 2025, man. It's the best. It's so fucking good.
I'm waiting.
Yusa is now following. Thank you for following Yusa. I hope you are enjoying the stream less than 4.
Yo, Salio! Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the follow.
Adrian was just telling me you
Too soon.
and thinks he'd be a perfect match for us.
Not
No
that
margin forever.
Are you smoking?
Who?
You.
Why?
What? Why are you smoking? What? When did you start smoking?
1989-ish?
So you have been lying. Now makes sense. The film ashtrays, the burning pine-scented hairspray.
I guess I'll say it. Her 3-pack a day.
Too soon. Too soon.
Lady Luck smiled today. A storm is coming.
Never played Final Fantasy, so such games. What are these games even about? The end of the world, or the world after the end of the world, and figuring out why the world is the way that it is, and who made it that way, and fighting against that.
Feel the embrace of fire. I'm waiting. I feel better.
Damn it.
Blades sharp. You can't escape.
Damn. I do so much damage now? This is insane.
Use this.
It's locked on you.
Shit. Shit. So many hits.
Feel better.
Nope, too soon.
Useful.
Too soon. This is where it gets hard. Might as well just harvest.
Take down their shields.
Nice. That actually does some decent damage.
Dodge is here.
Fuck. I'm so bad at that one.
Let us stay.
Fuck. I'm so bad.
Well, well. Go strong.
So there's no point in attacking because of the stupid shields.
Please survive.
Useful.
The dance
I just
begins.
what irks me
Change
is
layout.
that I can't get multiple of my own attacks in a row.
The storm is coming.
Like, I need to be able to do more than 20,000 damage a fucking turn. Finally.
Look out.
But now I'm back to being exhausted again.
Careful now. Useful. Feel better. Okay. Now or never.
Itox change layout Itox.
Oh, you're right. Thanks.
Let's dance.
Thanks. I'm retarded. I'm so fucking close to killing him.
Blades sharp. Take down the shields.
Why does he get to go before my fucking stupid bitch? Nope, fucked it up.
That's lucky.
If I can get rid of all of its shields... No, it goes next anyways! It doesn't matter if I get rid of all of its shields this turn. It's still gonna go next turn. I can't get all of my characters to go in a row, and that's the biggest problem I'm having right now. Because he just gets his shields back before I can do any damage.
Okay. Okay.
Well, we almost did that. But then it turns into a 7-hit combo.
Blades sharp. Eager. Time to hit big.
Hopefully... No, it's not gonna do as much damage. Oh my god, we got it low enough to victory? Oh my god, we finally beat this fucker. Holy shit. Unless there's a phase 3.
We did it.
There's a phase 3, isn't there?
No, wait.
We all need
Fuck!
masks.
Uh-oh.
This mask can't hurt me. Because it is me.
Oh, shit. She fucked him up, boys. His nipples are screaming.
You okay? What happened?
Axon down. Let's bring this to the curator.
Just like that.
Vice versa, wasn't it? Renoir.
Me? You want me to give it to you?
Why? was... I saw what happened. I saw... It was... Renoir.
I used to see him in my nightmares too. It can be quite traumatizing.
Seems you were right about these expeditioners. A most impressive group.
They've grown on you, haven't they?
Maybe.
They have. Polishing your collection of nav legs?
Yes. Aren't they beautiful?
Beautiful is a word that one could use.
Your lack of enthusiasm is disappointing.
Why do you need to polish them anyway?
A warrior must be prepared for battle. And battle is just as much mental as physical.
Mental, eh?
Imagine you're a Nevron, and you see me charging toward you, brandishing the well-polished and gleaming leg of one of your brethren. Think of the intimidation.
True. I wouldn't want to battle anyone who's using your hairy foot as a club. Or for the smell of the intimidation.
And then I transform into one of them. Ha! Intimidation and confusion. From that alone, the battle is already won. The rest is mere cleanup.
Oh, you're right. I feel thoroughly intimidated.
You should try it. Even though you can't transform, it will still strike fear in the hearts of our enemies. Look, aren't they beautiful? Here, take a leg.
That's all right. I think you've got the intimidation factor covered. We wouldn't want to be so intimidating that the Nevs run away, right? Then we wouldn't get to fight.
Fair point. I'll handle the intimidation. You handle the cleanup.
The cleanup, eh? All right. Well, in that case, want to go intimidate some Stalacts? We've got some time to kill.
Yes. Well, that would definitely be quite exhilarating. But maybe later. I really need to finish polishing all these legs. I've still got 20 more to go.
I've missed you. All right then. Come on, move over and hand me an extra cloth. Let's get these legs shining so bright they blind our enemies and send them screaming.
Nice! Level up! That's what it's all about. Loon comes over to shush them, but ends up joining the polishing effort. It takes a while, but they finally finish and head back to the others. Nice. We just had a threesome, guys.
Have nightmares too. About Renoir.
Yeah. He's hard to shake.
Yeah.
What was it like for you, growing up in Lumiere?
Aside from being a sad and lonely orphan, it was great. Although technically, everyone in Lumiere is an orphan.
How old were you when your parents passed away?
Around 3, I guess. I was an unwelcome surprise. They never wanted kids. And they definitely didn't want one right before their gommage.
That must have sucked. For both you and them.
Yeah, it did. Then they died. And I bounced around from family to family. I can't even remember all of them. I was kind of a weird kid, I guess.
So was I.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, I was obsessed with my piano and my paint set.
I was a bit more severe than that. I used to have lots of nightmares and talk to myself. Kept running away from home all the time.
Nah, if that's weird, then we're all weird. Actually, I kind of think everyone's a weird kid in someone's eyes.
Well, I was a weird kid in everyone's eyes.
Even Gustav's.
Kind of. It's why he and his sister took me in. Nobody else wanted me. But I guess Gustav and Emma used to be weird kids too. So they liked me.
See? Everyone's weird. What did you do in Lumiere? Ciel was a farmer, Lune was a researcher, Gustav was an engineer. What about you?
Nobody wanted me for any of the fancy apprenticeships. So I got stuck as a runner for the warehouses. But that turned out to be kind of nice. I got to go everywhere in the city. I probably know the place better than anyone.
Yeah? What was your favorite place?
The Hanging Gardens. Me and Gustav used to go up there a lot. Do you miss Lumiere?
Yeah. I do. Not just the place, but everything about that time. The festivals, the gardens, dancing the night away on the harbour. Before... well, all this. Without home is gone. Not just the place, but also the people.
You have us now?
Yeah. And you've got me. So, you want to dance the night away?
Maybe us, Ciel.
You were right.
About?
The odds of killing Axons. Close, but not zero.
Not zero.
True.
Do you like cats?
What?
Do you like cats?
I think you've spent too much time alone. You've forgotten how to start a human conversation.
I just have this feeling you're a cat person.
Well, you're wrong. I did have a dog named Pat, though.
Interesting name.
My sister named him when we were kids. Stella. She was a gifted artist. And fiery. She definitely made the most of the time she had.
Were you close?
When we were younger, I guess. But my brother and sister had their own lives. They didn't care about my parents' research.
Doesn't seem fair.
No. I'm glad they got to live. Sol was a great older brother. That's actually how I met Gustav. Sol was dating his sister.
So, you knew Gustav for quite a while then?
That's an awful lot of personal question.
It is. Alright, we can talk about me again if you want.
How generous of you.
Ask away. I'm being sincere. Go ahead, ask me anything you want. We've got all night.
Remember, you offered. Do you like monkeys?
Oh, come on.
That was a good response.
One down, one to go.
The next one will be harder.
Here to make amends for your terrible story.
I'll be honest. I didn't expect things to get so deep so fast.
I could tell. I'm not really sure you're up to the challenge.
Oh, I can keep up. In fact, I'm here to offer a story.
A good one this time?
Yes. Well, you said I'm vain.
No, you said you're vain.
Would a vain person keep this scar? I could heal it, but I don't.
Oh? Why is that?
It's a reminder of the price I paid to stand on my own 2 feet. But, it meant walking away from people I cared about. So, There you have it. Dark and personal.
I feel like there's more to this story. It's probably not a coincidence, then, that Renoir has a similar scar.
Mael's right. You really do see everything.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We disagreed on pretty much everything. Tactics, goals, what lines we wouldn't cross. I had to walk away, but he was resistant.
You fought?
It was the first time we ever raised a hand against the other.
If you can control your healing, that means Renoir can too. And he made the same choice as you. Interesting.
Oh, I never thought of it that way. But, you're right. So, dark and personal enough for you?
It was worthy.
Worthy of the story of that scar on your stomach.
Well, we all have scars that won't heal, don't we? That's a story for another time. The scars look good on you, though.
I know. That's the real reason I keep them.
I knew it.
I recognize that look. What's got you so grumpy?
Those masks.
What about them? Are you jealous? Why?
I'm supposed to fly too.
Maybe stop losing your rocks then. How do you lose them anyway? Don't you swallow the rocks?
Sometimes I love too hard. I can't control myself and...
Okay, yeah, I see. It's, hard to control.
That armband looks nice.
Yeah, I guess it's official. We're part of the disaster expedition now. What's up with you? So, you want an armband too?
Maybe.
You barely have arms.
Not true. Anyway, I want a headband.
Your head is humongous. You're gonna need so much cloth.
I have a big brain.
All right, Monsieur Big Brain. I'll see what I can do.
SK is hilarious.
Happy now?
Ooh, this is the nicest thing ever.
Lynx MKD, welcome, welcome. How's it going, brother? Welcome to the stream, good sir. How are you? We are playing Expedition 33. You enjoy stories and storytelling. That's usually what we do, but we're nearing the end of the stream. Well, the last quarter of the stream, which is video games. So yeah, we're just playing Expedition 33. Good to see you hanging out, brother. Don't have any of those. I think we're pretty much done here, though. Then move on to the next Axion. Right in the journal. She spends time writing Gustav's journal about the honor. Writes about how fierce and incredible the accents are, bigger than mountains. She hopes Gustav's apprentice will read this journal one day.
Do you mind if I play here?
bringing out the piano. Some pretty big shit.
What song was that? I feel like I know it.
Yes, an old song I used to play to my sister.
Can you play another?
Sure. We have all night. Okay, ready?
Are you ready?
I am ready. I will need a bit of space. All right. SK, you ready?
It's got so many good, nice, wholesome moments. It's just feel good. It's just feel good moments that make you connect with the characters. That you know they're all gonna fucking die in the end.
Let us get wet.
The architecture looks very different here.
This kind of place never existed before the fracture.
It's beautiful. Feels surreal.
Holy shit.
is she the Axon?
Sylenne, she who plays with wonder.
It's so...
Lune, what's going on?
I don't know.
She's manipulating your emotions. You have to focus. Remember why you're here. Be careful. They call her she who plays with wonder. But what she really does is play with your head.
Let's move fast before we all lose our minds.
True. I need a tote though. Oh boy. Half hour of all quiet. We kind of just chilling now. We're in the gaming section, Muffin. This is like the the downturn of the stream, right? This is where everything falls off.
An advantage.
Don't look at her for too long or you'll go insane. I've seen people jumping off a cliff just from looking at her.
It...
Calculate it, and if I keep the same pace for the whole Lego thing, it'll take me 67 hours. Damn, Muffin, that's insane.
is mesmerizing.
This dance feels familiar. This is kind of dancing to it in Lumiere.
I don't think so. Never seen it.
Let's spill some ink. Blade cut through the flames.
let the ink flow.
Shit.
Gilles, 55th. I don't understand. The weaponry worked brilliantly up to now. Augmenting Pictos with music was a stroke of genius. But the sonics have no effect on the Nephrons here. It's as if they can't even hear our music. They just keep dancing to their own. We're running out of ideas. I miss my girls so much it kills me. It hurts thinking that I could have been home right now playing music while they dance. Rochelle would have given birth by now. I could be holding my first grandchild. Instead, I'm here. No. No. There's still a chance, and someone has to fight for them. I can't let them down. Drums, maybe that'll work. They can't hear our music, but perhaps they will feel it.
Interesting. Yeah, I guess that's a name, Muffin.
Wow.
Bro, that's my mom's name? Nice. That's too good, Muffin. I mean, she got a good name. That looks fucking dope as shit. Look at that.
Let us stain them. Eyes shut! Careful, Mael. Better. Chroma is flowing. The expedition's not over.
Okay. Do me in. That's lucky. Careful now. Better.
Now was our chance.
Take down their shields. Do me in. Yeah, dodge.
Good. Okay.
Fuck, we missed the last one. God damn it.
Take down their shields.
Menez attention. Now's our chance. Lightning, strike! Okay. Now's our chance. Lightning, strike! Look out! If I die, so be it.
Was lucky. Blades sharpened.
Careful now. Good.
I'm ready. You can't escape. Time to hit big. You can't escape. Okay.
I did my job. Alright, sounds good, Muffin. Shit, missed that one.
Blades sharpened.
Kills character at the end of its duration? Oh god. Nice. Banned bot, that's what you mean. Oh, I didn't even see it. Didn't even see it, Muffin. Thank you, good sir. Always appreciated. Double all heals received. Damn. Wasn't published to chat. Yeah, I noticed that.
An advantage.
Good stuff.
Wow.
Shit. Yeah, I think we did just go around in a giant circle.
Oh, lovely.
That's fucked up.
Finesse and grace.
Talks, hey Callie, how's it going? I have a question. Do you think that my writing is nonsensical? No, Callie, I think your writing is great. Like, I'm sure there's some things that, like, some people would get lost on, but I don't think your writing is for an under-average, like, concept. It's like sci-fi. You need a certain level of intelligence to be able to understand what's going on, right? And a certain level of suspension of disbelief. Same with your world, how people are like I think a lot of people may not vibe with it because it's so fucked up and different, right? But I love it. And it even explains itself in, like, minor ways of how the world is fucked up. Like, you know, they're stars and they're pieces of different personalities and, you know... So, I love the incoherentness of it. And just the overall nature that brings with it, right? But you will lose a lot of readers for that, because they just don't have the capacity to hold on to it. But I think without it, you lose the spark of your writing. That's my opinion. And in context, I write the same way you do. I mean, I guess this is a new place to go, right? So let's just go through this thing. Fuck it. Fuck it. Up and away, boys. True, Eddie. You're always saying exactly what needs to be said, bro. I appreciate that.
This place is huge.
Thank Expedition 67 for destroying a lot of the walls to get further. Couldn't progress without that.
Feels like home.
Oh shit. Can't shoot those. Ooh, lost soul. As I get older, I wonder, can you ever truly know someone else? Then again, how many truly know themselves? A lucky few, perhaps. It is blessed to understand your darkest nature. It's a blessing to understand your darkest nature, or a curse to which we turn a blind eye. We lie to ourselves all the time, don't we? About things we'd rather not admit or confront, about ourselves, about each other. Then there are things we genuinely don't see. Isn't that human nature? I wonder. I have nothing but time these days to wonder what I missed that might have changed things. What is it that I didn't see? That I couldn't make myself see? Sounds like you have many regrets. When did she start pulling away? The man has gone silent.
Interesting.
hell is this thing?
Well, well.
Dodge, CL.
Well, that delay is something.
A storm is coming.
Ready. The cards have spoken.
Ooh, is blue good?
Great.
Protecting death. On death, allies gain shell.
Well, that will help.
Is that all that's here? It's Hulk. Okay. Interesting. Like, it seems like the place that I should go, right?
Finesse. grace.
Let the ink flow. Feel the burn. Doing in. Careful, my own.
Okay,
I'll do it.
let's start.
I'm ready. Careful, my elf. Dodge it, sir.
Take your shot.
A storm is coming.
If I die, so be it. Careful now. It's locked on you.
Damn.
A storm is coming. An advantage.
Oh shit. Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to kill this.
I'll do it. Let the ink flow.
On guard. What's that?
Patricia. It works for Siren.
So he creates all of that for her.
We should take it out. It would definitely be an advantage against Siren.
Yeah. Of course we're gonna attack anyways. We're gonna fuck it up is what we're gonna do.
Okay.
Curses me. How dare you?
Okay.
Take this.
1337, boys. Oh, it's a jump attack. Damn. Damn.
Lightning strike.
stupid curse. But we should be able to kill him with a gradient.
Your end is mine.
GG. Damn, they're the ones who get the XP? That's fucking bullshit.
No other expedition managed that.
Damn. Oh, that's so worth it.
No other expedition had a Lumina converter.
Yet this victory feels hollow.
Because it wasn't fighting us. It was just chilling, just doing its own thing, and we had to come up there and fuck it in the face. Can we do anything with this? Doesn't look like it. It is what it is. Right? Shit.
A storm is coming.
Oh shit, I didn't realize I was at 1 health.
Don't fall. I'm ready. Ready to evade. Take your shot. I'm back. Danger. I'm ready.
Let's dance.
Not looking good. I'm back. Careful, my elf.
Please, guys. Lumina, don't slow. Hurry! Turn up!
Doing in.
Of course, she's fucking silenced.
Lune, watch out!
Luna, I told you. I feel better.
Fuck.
Ready to parry.
Sorry, I failed.
She's still silenced? Fuck.
Parry it!
So much potential. Feel the embrace of fire.
Finally killed that motherfucker. Oh shit. That looks intimidating.
Please survive.
Chroma is flowing.
What? I attack one of my allies. What? Well, that's the most bullshit thing.
Take this.
René, attention. René, attention. That hurts. If I die, so be it.
Oh, thanks.
Not today.
Still need your help.
Look out. You're fit to see. Careful now.
Let's spill some ink.
Time to take risks.
I won't
Wait, she's still charmed? Even after death?
Sia, dodge. Okay. Time to hit big.
Don't think I can beat this guy.
I'd love a dance.
Let's carve a path. Bring it on.
Okay, I can dodge that. Okay.
Here we go.
So bad at this.
go. Just try it.
I mean, I can kill him if I can get past that dodge. Or if I can dodge that fucking thing.
A storm is coming.
Fuck, I'm so bad now.
Romance flowing. Deep in.
From fire.
Take cover.
Fuck! That's so bullshit!
Now was our chance.
Blades sharpened.
I'm back.
Yeah, now I just have to fight without her because she's been charmed and I can't bring her back to life.
Let's dance. Blades sharp.
I'm ready.
Fuck! That's so bullshit!
Danger.
Hey, well she's gone, so she can't kill me. Perfect. Perfect. Not too soon.
Ready to go.
Well, I'm fucked now, because it's gonna hit me. I just cannot time that shit.
On me.
Well, I guess we're putting on that thing that makes it so I can't get charmed. Because, yeah, charm is the most ridiculous broken thing in the game. 100%. Because even after you die, it still stays there. It's not like you can just kill the character and then, like... I thought I got one of these that was... cannot be charmed. Didn't I get one that was cannot be charmed? Anti-charm. Immune to charm.
I am dead.
Yeah, anti-charm is right there. So, like, what the fuck? I'm so confused why it wasn't there before, or I just fucking didn't see it. Which one did she have here? It was the parry. Which one's the parry? Then we go here and we take on death the rest of the expedition, critical burn, and we get... It's gone! Yeah, okay, so you can't have it. You have to have it as your main thing. Because it's not here, right? I just had a bit more cake, despite it being 9:40 p.m. here. Damn, I wish I had cake. So yeah, the only way to activate it is to put it on here. But as long as one person is immune, that's all that matters. Okay, let's try this. Did you read the first message? I'm on step 7 of 212. I'm dead. Oh shit, that's a lot, Muffin. That's a lot. There we go. Now I get the first strike. Okay, let's do this time for sure. We've got this.
Mael.
Useful.
Too soon.
A storm is coming.
Finesse and grace. From fire. Harriet!
Well, it doesn't matter. I'm immune.
Brace yourselves.
We're gonna fuck them up now.
Now's our chance.
Lady looks smiley today.
Blades sharp.
Nice, we got the break off.
This and precision.
Full deck.
Careful, my elbow. I'll do it. Lightning dance.
Damn, that was insane damage. That thing is just a bit on the side of creepy as fuck. Yup. Alright, well, we beat that, but we gotta end now. We've been a little bit over time. By a little bit, I mean a lot. But we need to go to bed. Oh, but thanks for hanging out. Thanks for coming around. Thanks for sticking around. Thanks for being here. Thanks for being awesome and great and wonderful. And you guys are, as always, the pillars of the community. You are Atlas holding up the stream. The world will not be here without you guys. So I want to thank you with all my heart. Thanks for coming around, hanging out, and enjoying the stream. If you don't enjoy the stream and you're still here, well, hell, why are you here? But I mean, I'm glad, right? You know, it is what it is. Anyways, remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! If you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! True, Muffin. Alright, who we raiding today? Raid. It's a raid time. It's a raid time. Well, might as well, boys. There's no one else around. It's 2 days in a row, but it is what it is. See ya when I see ya. True that. Muffin, have a good one, good sir. Take care.
Using the canvas is a bit clunky, like I said, on that. Hey! Thanks for the raid, Scotty. Hey, cute Muffin. How's it going? Air raid. How you doing? I heard that you were just talking about raiding someone, and I was like, I wonder if you're gonna. I should have said something. I was Claire Obscura. I was watching it a little bit. I was watching you like do some of the dodges, the jumps, and then I was seeing some of the character menus. It looks like a fun game. It looks like a really, really fun game. The parry and the shipping. Feels amazing to play. I love that. I loved it in Mario Superstar, so I'm glad that... I know some people are like all mad about it or whatever. Oh man, I don't have any water for that. I'd have to run down a hallway. Spent 4 hours out of my birthday. Got a me Lego. Ooh, set the set that I'm currently on step 7 of 212. Jesus Christ. That is a lot. Mini. Yeah, I was like, did Nintendo do like a Me Universe thing? I was really...
Asian. I don't know how to pronounce it, but thank you for the host. I appreciate you. Welcome to the stream, bro.
I have to wait because I don't have...
Please don't. I've been a great stream, though. Thank you so much for the host.
Walk very far down the hallway.
I think he's saying I have a more level.
Come back through. Go to fountain.
Intoxication without the S. So it's intox. Oh, okay. Intoxication. Got it. Okay.
Just for you.
Got it. Intoxication. Bolden, I love you more, my hearty. No cap.
It's pretty minimal. My stream delay is pretty minimal. I've worked pretty hard to get it down to like nothing.
Air raid. Y'all been a great stream, though, bro. What'd you do today, man?
Pulling it up really quickly.
Can we like lock in? Can we like really lock in, though, bro? Can we like lock in, bro?
Okay.
Can we like actually lock in, bro?
Yeah.
I want to gamble, bro. Alright, let's go Lucky Landing. Fuck it, Lucky Landing.
I'm kind of surprised I'm
Okay.
I think I'll be good, though. Tell Vicky she's not off the hook. Wait, wow, what happened?
I know there's a way that you can catch
Okay, I do.
The delay.
Tell her to send you 250 Devo right now for Gamba.
In here.
$250 deposit for Gamba. Honestly, maybe Vicky like 2 years ago would have done it, honestly, gonna lie. That shit, right, Vicky?
Yeah.
What do you mean, wow? What the fuck?